Good morning and welcome to everyone, also to our virtual participants who I hear are now also able to participate in our workshop on industrial decarbonization. Great welcome. I hope the technical features are also working. Can I get a quick confirmation from our technical staff?
Commit to each other what further efforts they're going to do.
Okay, I see thumbs up. That's great to hear. And also, in the meantime, we have our presentation here. Again, great welcome also to our virtual participants to this workshop. We are already sitting here and have been sitting here for about half an hour of representatives from projects, experts in the field, and we're gathered here as already outlined by our moderator, Monica, and by our technical industry lead pair. We're here to get together and explore case studies from our portfolio, from outside of our portfolio, gain insights into the challenges, opportunities in the industry sector, in the hard-to-abate sectors such as steel, cement, and to discuss strategies and how to, and viable business cases to support implementable, sustainable industrial projects. Again, for those who haven't met me, especially in the virtual room, my name is Rodina Vasileva. I am the deputy head of the technical support unit and also lead the technical staff at the technical support unit of the Mitigation Action Facility. And my objective now is to tell you a few words about the facility. So, as we've just heard, also bringing in our virtual participants on board, we're facing a great challenge in terms of keeping temperatures under 1.5 degrees, and there's urgent action needed. And it is our mission here at the facility to support and accelerate decarbonization actions to keep temperatures under 1.5. And we at the facility, a multi-donor facility, support scalable, replicable, sector-wide solutions, including pilots in developing countries and emerging economies, and support partner countries to meet their climate goals. And I'll tell you a few more words about how we do that. Building on the experience from the NAMA facility over the past decade, our multilateral, multi-donor funding provides a blend from both for measures both in the technical and financial cooperation through annual calls for projects, and I'll tell you a bit in a second. It aligns, sorry, could I have my water? Thank you. The Mitigation Action Facility and the projects that we support align and support implementation of the national determined strategies of partner countries, and therewith also aligns with the long-term strategies and the UNFCCC processes. Key features of the facility and of the projects that we support is that we provide funding for all ODA eligible countries, and there's no registration or accreditation required for applicants. All the funding that we provide from the facility is grant-based finance, and as I mentioned, provides funding for both technical measures and financial measures, and provides funding for pilots and scalable, innovative projects in cooperation with the NDCP with the purpose of speeding up and supporting the implementation of NDCs. Aligning with the breakthrough agenda, with the IPCC report, the facility focuses on 3 priority sectors, and today we're going to be zooming into one of them. The 3 sectors that the facility supports are energy, transport, and industry, altogether accompanying or accounting for 67% of annual global emissions. And as we heard today from Per, industry and the hard-to-abate sectors alone account for 18% of that. We continue as part of the facility to also support cross-sectoral projects that link to one of the priority sectors that I just mentioned. So how the facility works, I insinuated about that. We organize annual calls for projects for implementation in ODA-eligible countries, the 3 priority sectors of transport, energy, and industry. It is competition-based project selection where projects are country-driven. There's diversity of delivery partners, and the funding that we provide is on one side technical assistance, so through building capacities in countries, policy support, building the enabling environment, combined with those financial mechanisms which are meant to unlock public and private investments, scaling and replicating solutions in countries, and ensuring sustainability beyond the project's lifetime. Again, here in a nutshell, why it's interesting why apply for funding from the facility. As I've mentioned, it is all grant-based from our side, open to all ODA-eligible countries. No accreditation is needed. The projects that we support are linked to NDCs and support the implementation of countries' climate policies and sector development plans. We, from the Technical Support Unit, provide advice and support to projects along the project cycle, including funding for the detailed project preparation phase. As I've mentioned, projects have technical and financial activities, and each project has a funding of up to 25 million euros available. We at the facility cater and acknowledge the needs of individual projects and the dynamic country and sector contexts and political and economic uncertainties. Through our growing portfolio, we organize, and there's opportunity for frequent exchanges on cross-cutting topics, and today is a great example of that. And my second to last slide, here's for everyone an example and a testament for what our portfolio has now come to be, our funding partners on the left, and last aspect that I have here on my slide that I want to highlight is key features that our projects have and that we highlight from our side and we look for is mitigation potential, realistic, clear, well-substantiated calculations, looking at well-defined institutional setup and clear rationale for the proposed financial mechanism, the choice of technology, and the appropriate business models behind them. And today we're going to have a chance to dive a bit deeper into the context of industry and looking at the analysis of the impeding barriers of the intervention that is targeted. So with that, I think with right on time, I have my moderator next to me, so I would like to thank you and welcome again our virtual participants.
Thank you, Radina. We just leave that microphone straight here because we will have quite a few other speakers. This is microphone 2, just for our technicians over there to get it all sorted. Thank you so very much. So now we know what the Mitigation Action Facility is on about and how they support all the different projects. I also thought, I mean, I've seen it many times, Al Gore, and I'm sure you have doing his pep talks, and it always works. And certainly when he comes with an image like flipping the switch, I know that all of you are trying your best to do that in your capacity. And also when it comes to deploying the solutions that we actually have that are given to us by great scientists and researchers and the new technologies that come about, but it's easier said than done. The decarbonization of industry comes, we all know that, with a hefty price tag. That is true for developed, for highly industrialized nations like Germany, for example. I'm sure when you follow politics and what's going on, industry here, which is highly advanced, is somewhat grappling with what we call the green transformation. There are many reasons for it, but cost is certainly part of it. And of course, that is true for developing nations as well. They even have the additional burden of having to balance growth, basically catching up with the rest of the world, and that with implementing clean and often new, and therefore also costly and sort of untried and tested technologies. So where's the money coming from? How do they have access to finance in order to get all of that up and running? This is something that we're going to hear about now from our next speaker. He is the Clean Energy Finance and Investment Policy Analyst at the OECD. His name is Joseph Cordonnier, and I would like to invite him to come to the front. We have a microphone, we have a laptop, we have everything for you. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. So I have a fairly long presentation, so apologies in advance if I rush a bit into the slides, but hopefully we'll also have a bit of time to exchange afterwards. So I will present today part of the work that the OECD is doing on industry decarbonization, starting with our contributions to the Climate Club, that is also relevant for UNIDO colleagues here, following by our specific work in emerging and developing economies, and then a short focus on hydrogen. So first, what's the size of the challenge to decarbonize the industry and finance it? What is important here is that the level of investment that we observe today is much lower than what is required to achieve the goal of the Paris Agreement. And that is not only related to the investments in new plants that are consistent with net zero, that needs to be multiplied by 5 to 7, but also the investments all along the value chain, and in particular for energy-related investment that also need to triple in order to facilitate and enable the decarbonization of the industry sector. So the first part of the work that I'd like to present today is what we are doing with the Climate Club. So the Climate Club is an initiative that was launched by the G7 under Germany's presidency in 2022. Since then, the OECD and the International Energy Agency host its interim secretariat and have developed a program of work together with now more than 40 countries and governments. And the work of my team at the OECD is focusing mostly on the third pillar of work of the Climate Club, on international cooperation and partnership, where we focus more particularly on finance. This pillar has three main areas of work. The first one is to develop mapping of financial flows for industrial decarbonization, in particular for emerging and developing economies. The second one is to better understand which financing instruments can be developed to foster industrial decarbonization. And the third module is to develop a global matchmaking platform, which is actually led by UNIDO colleagues here. So on the first pillar, we have released in September our first key deliverable, which is a mapping of financial flows, primarily for public international financial flows, so stemming from donor countries to emerging and developing economies, in order to better understand what are the key trends in industrial decarbonization financing and what can be done further, in particular for international cooperation, and how this could also contribute to the matchmaking ambition of the Climate Club. So the first key message that we have from this report is that despite the huge emissions that are due to industrial sector, and in particular hard-to-abate sectors of steel, cement, and petrochemicals, these three areas have received very little financial assistance so far. That means around $1 billion over 20 years, knowing that the cost to establish a new net zero plant is more in the range of a few $billion. And that is less than 1% of the total recorded mitigation development finance. That means basically that the industry sector has been overlooked by donors and has been primarily led by private sector so far. And what we have seen as well is that, and this is a bit more on the positive side, we see a lot of new initiative from multilateral funds or specific fund to spur or to develop new programs related to industry decarbonization. However, we have analyzed more than 100 funds, and we have seen that 20 are covering industry, which is promising, but most of them are transverse funds. So very often with a lack of specialization on industry or deep knowledge on this specific sector. And we see here that this is promising, but that this is also an area for further potential in the coming years. And I won't go through all the key messages and areas for action, but just maybe highlighting here that this mapping represents as well a first step in order to better understand the landscape and therefore to identify which actors could take the lead or contribute to upscale the financing for industrial decarbonization. On the second module of work we have in the Climate Club, we work more specifically on instruments. I'm sorry for the legibility of the slides, but we don't need to go in details. And we have started last year by analyzing which derivative and financing instruments are available already, are being developed by a number of public and private institutions, and to also understand how to combine these instruments in order to address the market viability gap that we see for many low carbon technologies. So we'll have, by the end of the year, a short toolkit that will summarize this categorization of instruments, and will illustrate that as well with case studies of what has been developed so far. I am switching here very quickly to work that goes, that is out of the Climate Club now, but specific to the OECD and to the program I'm working in, so the Clean Energy Finance and Investment Mobilization Program, where we work with 8 large emerging economies in order to facilitate and unlock financing for clean energy. And we have launched in 2022 a specific work stream on industrial decarbonization. So what we have done over the last 3 years is first to develop a framework which is a step-by-step methodology to assist governments of these emerging countries to identify 4 specific sectors and 4 specific technologies what are the current barriers to investment, and then identify which enabling conditions are required. So, for instance, how policies and regulations can help, but as well, which financing instruments would be the most effective in order to increase the viability, economic viability of such technologies. So this is a country-led process, and we are now working on 3 key industrial sectors. Steel in Indonesia and South Africa, petrochemicals in Thailand, and we're also doing an analysis that is more cross-cutting for the cement sector in order to analyze the use of a couple of technologies according to various country contexts. And we're also working actually on the same methodology, sometimes a bit beyond the industry sectors. For instance, in Egypt, we are working on hydrogen and ammonia development. What we are doing more specifically through this work stream, after selecting together with the countries, the sector and technologies, is to analyze what's the production of these low carbon products compared to the conventional production routes. So here you have an illustrative chart showing what is the case for steel, where we see that adding carbon capture increases the cost by 10 to 15% in average compared to blast furnace, conventional blast furnace steel production. And going to hydrogen-based steel production increases the cost by 25 to 30%. So this gives the starting point and what is the challenge. Then we plug in this economic model a number of policy and financial levers. So for instance, seeing how can CapEx subsidies help bridge that gap. And we analyze the outputs to see what are the environmental benefits, but also the improvement of economic factors or financial factors through various sensitivity analysis in order to help countries design effective policies. And once we were developing this framework and implementing it for various sectors, we also got a number of requests on the use of cross-cutting technologies such as hydrogen. And so we have also developed specific work on hydrogen, in particular through collaboration with the World Bank. So at the beginning of this year, we have released a report on scaling hydrogen financing for development, considering that there is a need to multiply hydrogen production and demand by a factor of 4 to 6 compared to current levels by 2050. And in addition, all the hydrogen that is produced today is based on fossil fuels. And in 2050, all the hydrogen produced will need to be from low carbon sources. So either renewable or with, from fossil fuels, but with carbon capture. And this report triggered an announcement by the World Bank to launch a 10 gigawatt initiative, where the purpose is to finance, together with other multilateral development banks and the private sector, at least 10 projects that are considered large scale. That means at least 100 megawatt electrolyzer capacity. And on hydrogen specifically, we see that most of the new projects that we see emerging are driven by the industrial sector. So almost half of them are related to ammonia production. And there is also quite a number of projects on iron and steel and methanol production. But despite this very promising project pipeline, only 4 to 8% of projects have reached final investment decision. So the barriers to achieve profitability or to reach profitability and to help projects reach final investment decision is quite difficult. And some of the challenges are, for instance, the cost primarily. So it's currently 2 to 3 times more expensive to produce hydrogen based on renewable sources compared to the fossil fuel alternative. There is a further challenge in emerging markets and developing economies where the cost of capital is extremely high, because this is a capex intensive industries, and therefore higher cost of finance means higher cost of the projects. And what we have analyzed is also that for the cost of capital we have in EMDs, the cost of production of renewable hydrogen can be increased by 50 to 80% compared to developed economies with the very same technical conditions. And in addition, there is also a first mover dilemma and the need to kickstart the industry, as there is also a lack of engineering capabilities, demonstration of electrolyzer operation over the long time, etc. And we have complemented this analysis of the barriers with investor survey to analyze what was actually preventing investors from chipping in for large-scale projects. And as you can see in this slide, I won't detail everything, but off-take risk was really seen as the main issue, both because of the uncertain demand and the uncertainty on prices. And the second key categories of risks that we have seen are the risks related to enabling environment. So in particular, political risk and lack of infrastructure, which again is a particularly salient risk for emerging markets, hence the need as well to support them specifically in the development of clean hydrogen for industry. This year we are extending this work. I will go very shortly for the next 2 slides. First, we have now, based on the risks, tried to identify which instruments were the most relevant to address the key risks that I presented in the previous slide. And then we also analyzed what was the landscape of finance providers for clean hydrogen development in order to understand as well what priority areas could be done in order to increase international collaboration through, for instance, joint financing or joint work in order to do the project development or project appraisal or facilitate the methodology and harmonize those. So these two elements will be featured in a report that will be released at the end of the year. And in this report, we have we are also showcasing a number of case studies based on a portfolio of more than 30 case studies we have developed so far on hydrogen, 20 showing how flagship projects have reached final investment decisions or are close to reach it in various country contexts and for various sectors. So we try to understand what is their governance, how they have built their partnership, what is their business model, and how they have also raised finance. And in addition to this, we also have more than 10 case studies on economic instruments, de-risking instruments, financing instruments that are being developed by public and private actors, both in domestic and international context. And to end the presentation, I won't go through all the lessons we have from the case studies. This will also be featured in the report. But just to remind a bit what is the approach we are promoting at the OECD, it's to first start by building the right enabling conditions. That means having capacity building, readiness, long-term policy plans, national roadmaps, access to infrastructure, because without this, the projects are deemed too risky. Then to analyze which instruments can be the most efficient in unlocking and in mobilizing private finance so that the scarce public resources are also optimized and do not crowd out private investors. And then on the implementation side, to look how the governance and implementation can take place more efficiently. And this is also something we hope to see well developed thanks to the global matchmaking platform of the Climate Club. And the last aspect is to focus, as this is a very nascent industry, on the replicability and scale-up of instruments and approaches. So with that, I'll stop here, and I hope we have time for a bit of discussion before the coffee break.
Now, here we go. So thank you very much, Joseph. Could you stay? Could you stay with me? Because we do have time. They don't bite, don't worry. We have time for some questions, if you have any. About 10 to 15 minutes we actually have before our first coffee break. So if you want to shoot, then I would come to you with a microphone, provided it works. But I think, mind you, yep, Pierre. Coming to you.
Thank you so much. Hello? Yeah? Okay. Thank you so much. You mentioned basically that the cost of hydrogen is 2 to 3 times more expensive if it's green hydrogen than conventional hydrogen. That is only the production, is that correct? So it's not including any transportation or infrastructure costs that is that comes on top. And related to that also, do you have an idea or an indication what would be the projected price decline over the near to medium term future on the costs of hydrogen? And then maybe a final one.
I'm good.
Okay, a final one. Since you mentioned the key lessons from case studies, do you also consider in your elaboration socio-economic implications? Thank you.
Yes, so on the first question on the price level, I was indeed mentioning production costs. And it's also important to bear in mind that all these vary a lot according to country context. So for instance, during the global energy crisis with very high natural gas prices, this gap could be a bit more narrow. And similarly, depending on the country conditions, renewable resources, the cost of renewable hydrogen can actually range between $3 per kilo in very, very best conditions to 8 to 10. So all these ratios are a bit, I would say, high-level numbers. And this does not include transportation costs or potentially even reconversion costs in case hydrogen is transported under the form of ammonia or other derivatives. And this could indeed add, according to studies, we see an additional $2 per kilo. Then on the price decline, I would say it depends a lot on economies of scale, and it depends also a lot on the learning curve. So the rate at which it will decrease will depend on how the industry evolves as well. Sorry, I will just sit down a bit. In addition to this, in terms of the decline on the costs, I think it's also important to see that many countries or many projects have announced that before 2030 they would or could reach cost parity with fossil fuel-based hydrogen. But this will also depend on additional prices, for instance, carbon price that could be included and increase the cost of fossil fuel-based hydrogen. And for the last question in case studies, yes, we take into account socioeconomic information, for instance, on access to water resources, not increasing water stress, or job creation locally.
All right.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. You mentioned a green premium that is potentially being paid for green steel or green concrete or other products from heavy industries, and also considering that, especially looking at the DRI route for with green hydrogen for steel, what are your perspectives on this green premium? Does it exist? Who is willing to pay a green premium? What it is about? Is there any margin, any data that you could capture on the green premium, which seems to be quite important?
It's a very important issue. We see that some companies are ready to pay the green premium, but usually not a sufficient green premium in order to bridge the full gap. So it has to come with other solutions. That's the first thing. But I think several consulting firms such as BCG and McKinsey have analyzed that more than 10% were ready to pay quite a significant green premium for the heavy industry sector. Another question that comes with the green premium, is also how you push it forward downstream in the value chain. Because if you look, the cost of steel production, for instance, it's 25 to 30% higher with renewable hydrogen. But if you translate that to the increase in the cost of a car that you produce using 1 ton of steel, it becomes less than 1% of the price of the car. So the question is as well, how can these prices be a bit better shared across the value chain?
Yeah, also thank you very much from my side. I know we have another deep dive into the cement industry later, but I nevertheless would like to ask you, because you presented a bit about the sector, what kind of instruments do you think is most suitable, especially for cement? Do you really think financial support is an adequate instrument? Because I think cement is quite different to steel or hydrogen. It's, one can also say, an unsustainable product, can hardly be changed. So do we not need to go to a different direction completely, find new products instead of cement? And I think given the situation that we have limited taxpayers' money, I also don't agree really to the idea of paying extra green premiums to a highly integrated big business. Yeah, I mean, there's a few companies owning the cement industry worldwide. Yeah, I mean, left alone China maybe, but so I really would like to see how can we tackle the sector maybe in a different way. Carbon pricing, for example.
Yeah. So of course I don't want to intervene before the presentation we have on cement later on. For cement, I would say the first thing is that the production volumes of cement are tremendous. So finding alternatives to cement is extremely difficult. That being said, there are also ways to develop different types of cement, and actually one of the 2 technologies that we are studying as part of our analysis is the use of LC3, or limestone calcium clay. And this can be an alternative that can actually be as economic as the current way of producing cement based on clinker. So this is kind of an alternative material, even though it's still categorized as cement. So this is I would say, a technology solution that would not require a specific support, or I would say maybe targeted support only. And what we see in general for financing instruments is that CAPEX grants are very useful because they're easy to deploy, etc., but they come at very high cost for the public finances. So even if it's helpful for the first movers project, it's not a sustainable solution to work mostly on grants, and it's usually more effective to leverage private finance, to use de-risking instruments, or to use a very catalytic, very small share of catalytic capital.
Yeah, thank you very much. My question is on the donor landscape. You said that there were only very few funds who were supporting it. Could you explain maybe a bit more on what they would then fund, and also your opinion maybe on whether it's then useful to invest a certain share of that into grants, or what's needed, or would it be more needed to have like technical assistance to prepare the enabling environment? Also, maybe you had these 4 categories in your one of the last slides. Also, if you could, I don't know, that's maybe a bit too much, but or we can discuss later how the percentages of efforts would at this moment be needed. Is it like first creating the enabling environment and then the de-risking and the financing instruments come later? But that, I think, could be something interesting to discuss.
Yeah, maybe I'll start with the second question. It's a very tricky one, so I'm not sure I can provide specific evidence there. But the key message for us is to say that working on the enabling environment is key, because otherwise no investor is ready to actually invest in the large scale and capital intensive projects. So of course everything needs to come a bit together and very quickly, given the urgency of the issue. But the enabling conditions are usually a key prerequisite for investors we have surveyed. Then coming back to the first question you had on the landscape. In the mapping report, we have focused initially on public sources. So we have seen a lot of multilateral development banks, for instance, that have, or international finance initiative more generally, that have launched very recently industrial decarbonization program. I think the latest example is the CIF fund, where they target $1 billion. But only very few projects have actually been financed. So we lack quite a lot of evidence on the effectiveness, on the instruments that have actually been deployed, etc. For those actors, we see actually mostly concessional finance, and sometimes not so concessional. That means 1 or 2 points below the market rate.
Yeah, one brief question, because I think it sits very well with what we just discussed. I saw the Green Climate Fund on the top left of your map of potential donors. We at UNIDO have been implementing for hydrogen readiness programs and experience a bit of a hesitancy on the GCF side to finance hydrogen projects. Was that specifically for hydrogen or industrial decarbonization more broadly? And then depending on the answer, how is your discussion at the moment with the GCF regarding hydrogen?
Yeah, they're in both analysis. So in the Climate Club analysis on industrial decarbonization, we surveyed GCF. And in the hydrogen report, we also included them. So what we have seen mostly with GCF is that it's extremely difficult to actually get accepted as a delivery partner or institutions. So that is a key barrier for actual implementation. And most of the learnings we had were on the industry decarbonization side, and even more specifically on energy efficiency programs that they have supported. On hydrogen project itself, we have not seen a lot of concrete projects being facilitated by GCF.
All right, time for one more question. Per is thinking about it. Per always has a question.
It just would be interesting to understand better also if you have seen, I mean, looking at the landscape basically, what are the differences or particularities if you look at developing countries vis-a-vis emerging countries and more developed countries?
Yeah, on this side, I have to say in our program, we work mostly with large emerging economies, so already in a very fast pace to industrialization. We have not worked a lot with, I would say, less advanced countries. What we have seen is mostly through a few examples of case studies, for instance, working with Namibia or Mauritania for the development of their hydrogen projects. And here, a very interesting example we have seen in Namibia is that the government is extremely involved in order to discuss directly with the project developers to establish a very clear framework in order to make sure, first, that the socio-economic conditions are well embedded in all projects, because these are, I would say, a single project is already very significant compared to the total size of the economy of the country. So it could even disrupt the economy of the country if it's not successful. So very strong engagement of the government, making sure socio-economic conditions are met, and making sure as well that the project will benefit the local communities. And this is something we have seen a bit, but I would say in a limited way for industrial decarbonization, but that our team has also seen much more for the clean energy side. So for instance, for the development of decentralized renewable energy.
All right, well then, thank you very much, Joseph, for the presentation, also for answering those questions. We take a short break, 20 minutes, coffee, tea, or whatever is necessary now. And after that, we will get a presentation of 5 projects, some of which are MAF projects, others we don't know quite yet, but they're in preparation. So that's going to be very interesting. That starts at 20 minutes past 10. Not sure what you're doing in the meantime, but hopefully you rejoin us then 20 minutes past 10 when we get the preparations. live stream to tell us how many of you there are. You can't hear me? No. Okay, I give up. Microphone 2 is not really working. Cement and chemicals, and now with sound. I hope you heard me. You probably didn't. Live stream. Hello. This is a workshop going on for 2 days, and now with sound. The topic is decarbonizing industry in the hard-to-abate sectors, cement, steel, and chemicals, and it is hosted by the Mitigation Action Facility. There is a group of people here in a pretty interesting room here in Berlin for 2 days, going to discuss various issues. My name is Monica Jones, and I have the pleasure to guide through the program of this workshop. And because you are joining us online, we also want to allow you to join the discussions that will be going on. We will have plenty of presentations followed by Q&A sessions. And I believe you can join the discussion using the simple chat function. So please do submit your questions, and we do our very best to include them in the Q&A session that follows. So now what we're going to do, after we've been talking already about financial landscapes and also learned a little bit about the Mitigation Action Facility earlier this morning, we now want to focus on specific projects, some of which are already up and running, others are in the preparation stage, and maybe not even yet MAF projects. That is still to be decided, but it's just to show you what is going on in which part of the world. What we're going to do is, of those 5 presentations that we're going to have, 2 are already up and running. I would like to have them back to back here in front of you all, and then afterwards we do the Q&A for both projects, which means if there's anything during one of the presentations where you say, oh, that's not quite clear, or I would like to have a follow-up question, then please write it down. Don't trust your brain that you will remember absolutely everything after 2 presentations that are back to back. Write it down. You have your notepads, you have your pens, and yeah, that's pretty much all you need to know. Everything else I will tell you when we get to that point in time. The 2 projects which are more or less up and running, I was told that one is just starting now. The 2 projects, one is from Brazil, and it will be presented by Marco Schiever, who is head of a project at GIZ in Brazil. And the other one is from Costa Rica, and it will be presented by the senior advisor of GIZ, Andreas Nitas. Of course, they will introduce themselves again as well in order to remind you who they are and what their projects are. But with that, I would say, let's get started. Brazil, Marco.
Thank you very much, Monica. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, so I'm happy to present to you the Industrial Energy Efficiency Project in Brazil. We call it in Brazil Potencialize, which is not easy to pronounce in English. This project actually started in 2021, the operational phase in 2022. It focuses on SMEs, but I'm also happy to later on receive questions on other industrial sectors in Brazil. Looking at the industrial sector in Brazil and the emissions that are related to energy, so excluding land use and land change, we can see that the industrial sector is the 2nd largest emitter with 31%, right after the transport sector. And the largest sources of emissions are fuel combustion, but also industrial processes. You can see here on the left-hand side the different energy carriers and their contributions to emissions. So the oil derivatives are the biggest contributor, afterwards natural gas, and then coal and other emission sources. And here on the right-hand side, you can see the different industrial segments and their contributions to emissions. I would like to highlight that steel, metal, and cement are actually responsible for 75% of industrial emissions in Brazil. They consume most of the fossil fuels. There's also biomass is also quite relevant in Brazil as a fuel for the industrial sector, where of course the emissions are lower. And looking more specifically to the project context, the industrial sector in Brazil is responsible for 32% of the final energy use. And the big chunk of it is actually thermal energy. So Brazil's industry is not that electrified. 80% are thermal energy carriers, as I said, natural gas, oil derivatives, but also biomass. The companies are becoming increasingly energy intensive. There's also a threat of deindustrialization over the last years, so a lot of pressure in terms of industrial competitiveness. The average age of industrial equipment is, according to a study, 14 years. However, if we look actually to small and medium-sized companies, the average age is actually higher, because this study included also large corporates. Sometimes if we go to a company, we have equipment that is 30 years or 40 years old that has basically never been changed. There's not a culture of constant modernization compared, for example, to Europe and the US. And these industrial equipments, they are responsible for energy costs that around 15 billion of euros each year. There was before no specifically focused energy efficiency program in Brazil for the industrial sector. There is an energy efficiency program that is being implemented by utilities, and it works for street lighting, for municipalities, for hospitals. But the participation of the industrial sector is very low in this program for different reasons. So that's the reason why GIZ started a dialogue with the Energy Ministry, and there was a demand to create this initiative. I will present the partners later on. Another challenge in Brazil is that the collateral requirements for investments are really high. They can be up to 130% of the capital expenditures, and this is of course a major issue for small and medium-sized companies. So the focus of the program is to enable energy efficiency investments in industrial SMEs in the state of São Paulo. So initially we had a regional focus. I'm based in São Paulo, and it's one of the largest Latin American manufacturing hubs. But right from the beginning, the intention was also to establish a model in São Paulo, which then can be scaled up to other states and regions of Brazil. We are collaborating with different partners in this journey. Our technical partner is Senai. That's an industrial organization, non-for-profit. They are owned by the industrial sector, and they are delivering together with GIZ the technical assistance component. Sebrae is a partner that is responsible for supporting micro and small businesses in Brazil. They joined the program more recently. And we're working with several development banks. BNDES is the National Development Bank. FINEP is the Innovation Finance Institution, and Desenvolve SCP, that's the State Development Bank in São Paulo. And their political partners are the Energy Ministry and the Industry Ministry. And this program has a funding of 24.3 million euros. And the implementation phase goes until 2027. This is the scope of the intervention. So first of all, to develop energy efficiency projects in industrial SMEs, we are implementing an awareness raising campaign. This means that we are constantly implementing events, providing information to SMEs, informing them about the technologies, about the energy savings, emission savings potentials. We trained energy efficiency experts. They were certified by the initiative. They receive also advisory on especially thermal energy efficiency technologies. And these experts then implement energy audits, which are subsidized by the initiative. These energy audits are there to prepare the investments within the industrial SMEs. We established a guarantee fund to reduce the collateral requirements and facilitate access to finance. The guarantee fund is up and running through the State Development Bank of São Paulo, and we are also accrediting the technologies, the technology suppliers under this program. The accreditation mechanism is available on the national level. Was set up jointly with the State Development Bank, BNDES, and the program also provides subsidies for the technical service that the SMEs receive during the implementation of the measures, the energy efficiency measures. We are training financial institutions on energy efficiency investments, mobilizing private capital, and in addition, we are actually also supporting the political partners to revise existing policies. The program that I mentioned in the beginning, that is being revised to support a further uptake of industries and energy efficiency measures. And women that are acting in energy efficiency are participating in mentoring programs, and to boost actually their career development in the energy efficiency market. So what has been achieved so far, the program already mobilized more than 1,400 industrial SMEs in the state of São Paulo, which requested support through our website. We have trained almost 500 engineers to deliver energy audits. These engineers were contracted by our partner Senai throughout the state of São Paulo, and more than 23,000 staff were involved in the delivery of energy audits. A large part women, 27%, and in our energy technology list we have already more than 3,000 energy efficiency products which were directly registered by manufacturers from Brazil, but also from other countries worldwide. So there is a universe of energy efficiency solutions now available for Brazilian SMEs. It's all on our website, which is in Portuguese. Yeah, we started implementing almost 400 energy audits so far. There's always financial contributions also from the SMEs to deliver the energy audit. So they have to co-finance the service. We see now the first 142 energy efficiency investments being implemented by industrial SMEs. some through finance, through loans that we supported with our guarantee fund, but also some SMEs decided to implement the energy efficiency measures with own funds. The potential of this project pipeline that we developed together with our partners has an energy saving potential above 4,400 gigawatt per hour, and it can reduce 194,000 tons of CO2 equivalents. Here on the right-hand side, you can see the different sectors and segments participating so far. So the metal processing industry, which is together with the steel sector in Brazil responsible for most of the emissions. They're also the strongest participant with 29%. Then afterwards followed by food and beverage with 60%. We also have the rubber and plastic sector with 18% of the energy audits that are being implemented. Chemical and pharmaceutical today also being discussed with 7%, and many other sectors. So we are completely open to the sectors. The requirement is that the companies don't have a turnover above annual turnover above 300 million reais. Which is more or less 550 million euros. And we have established a digital monitoring system together with the partners that the partners are using for this operation. And also the financial institutions are using this digital platform for all the transactions that are involved in this program. This is the project cycle. How it works in practice. So the first step is that the industrial SMEs register on our website and request support. The program then implements initial site visit to confirm that the company has energy saving potentials. This is basically free of charge. Then in the third stage, we are implementing the subsidized energy audit. And also considering that the company provides an own contribution. The own contribution is at the moment in the state of São Paulo around 2,000 euros. This is basically then contributes to the technical and financial feasibility study that takes more or less 4 months. It is mandatory that there is a decision-making presentation with all the energy, with all the measures that are being proposed, and of course the report of the project. And then if the company owner, if the SME decides to move on with the implementation, we confirm the eligibility regarding the guarantee funds. And then with the support of the guarantee fund, they have access to finance through one of our participating financial institutions. We support also the loan contracting process, which is a challenge in Brazil. And the program then supports the SMEs during the implementation. And that involves actually the measurement and verification of the energy savings. So it's not only a projection. After the installation of the energy efficiency measures, our expert again goes to the company with a measuring device to confirm the energy saving and of course the CO2 saving, which is also something very important for the SMEs, for the banks, because it provides, of course, higher degree of confidence regarding the impacts. And we're also supporting the SMEs with the validation of the installations, with all the transactions involving the delivery of the equipment. And we only work with manufacturers and technology suppliers that registered under this initiative. There is an open call where they can register, and then basically the energy auditor only presents these opportunities, these technologies that are accredited under the initiative. I have several project examples for you. I will go very quickly through them so that we have sufficient time for questions. This is a fabric printing and textile factory that is implementing an electric heat pump to substitute burners based on natural gas. They had an over-dimensioned system. The heat pump is basically an energy efficiency, but also an electrification measure. You may know that in Brazil, the grid is quite clean, so we have a large participation of renewables, almost 90% is the share of renewables in Brazil in the grid, which is one of the leading countries in that regard. And this project also involved a retrofit of the compressed air system. The investment is around 1 million euros, which is for an SME in Brazil a large investment, but they are also saving more than 200,000 euros each year through this project on their energy bills. And the payback period is around 3 years, and this project will reduce 13.5 thousand tons of CO equivalents, and it's a medium-sized company in that case. They have 166 staff that will be benefited through this project. This is another project of a fertilizer production company. They will actually switch their drying kilns that are used for the organic fertilizer production from coal to sustainable biomass, which was supported by our expert. They will also revise their compressed air or retrofit their compressed air system and set up an energy management system. The investment is here also quite substantial, 2.6 million reais, which is always, you have to divide it by 5 to get to euros. And this company is always also saving more or less 80,000 euros per year. The payback period is a bit longer, basically 57 months. Through the avoidance of coal, there's a significant emission reduction of 1,450 tons of CO2 equivalents. That's a smaller company with 30 staff, but many energy efficiency measures were implemented. It's a company that produces ferrite magnets. They implemented through our support thermal insulation of their kilns, installed heat exchangers, new control systems, also exchanged motors, and implemented an energy management system. The payback period was 41 months, and they will avoid more than 5,000 tons of CO2. You can see here on the right-hand side one of our experts with their measuring devices showing to the to one of the technical staff the energy savings potentials and the leakages in the compressed air system. It's a device for compressed air. This is another company from the rubber sector. I've provided a picture of their old boiler, which will be exchanged. So this is one of these boilers that we find in the industrial SMEs that are more than 30, sometimes more than 30 years old. And they will switch actually to an electric boiler that is way more efficient. And with this electrification process, they will also invest in solar energy that will provide the electricity for this electric boiler. The payback period here is a bit longer because of the solar energy component, 64 months, but also significant CO2 avoidance. That's the last case study. Another heat pump of a wire drawing and steel factory. That here in this case the heat pump will provide hot water, in our case usually below 100 degrees Celsius, in this case for steel washing, and it will also invest in new efficient motors. The payback period is 39 months and 1,000, a bit more than 1,000 tons of CO2 equivalents. So on this slide, I'm sharing with you some of the reasons that we identified for actually not implementing energy efficiency measures that were proposed by our experts. You can see that the technical viability is not the biggest issue. The lack of financial attractiveness is in 20% of the cases an issue. But if you look at the other reasons, there are actually most of the deal breakers are related to them. So sometimes the timing is not adequate, and we have actually companies that have issues with their indebtedness. They have challenges even with a guarantee fund to access the loans because of their indebtedness ratio, and very often actually documentation issues to access finance. This can be related, for example, to taxes, to permits. Sometimes they're actually trying to fix these documentation issues, and it's a challenge for us because it takes time. Of course, this cannot be corrected overnight. Other challenges are the high capital expenditures. We have seen that besides heat pumps, for example, that I mentioned several times, the largest mitigation impact also is provided by CHP plants and solar thermal, which are also an energy efficiency measure, but all these technologies involve high capital expenditures. And then the investments are of course competing with more traditional investments. When they compare an energy efficiency project, they compare it to an investment to, for example, produce a new production line, where actually the revenue is guaranteed because it's related to a new order of a client. In a nutshell, some of the key lessons learned is that really the concessional finance is key to stimulate these SMEs, so that the energy efficiency measures become more attractive compared to the conventional investments. The technical assistance through trusted organizations, and here besides GIZ, I wanted to point out that actually the local organizations that are owned by in our case, owned by the industrial sector. And digitalization is quite important. We can go into this later on, but as I mentioned, there are more than 3,000 energy efficiency solutions for the industrial sector that we have registered. And digitalizing all these solutions and all these calculations related to it is quite important to speed up the process of implementing these energy efficiency investments. Thank you very much. Happy to take on later on your questions.
So the next one is me, I suppose. I would like to invite you from one of the biggest countries in the region to one of the smallest countries in the region. It's Costa Rica. In number of scales, Costa Rica, it's like, for example, scale of Hessen, German state where my company is located, GIZ, or as Niedersachsen, where I came from. So it's a very small country. But Costa Rica, it's very well known for its green solutions in the region and over the world. And Costa Rica also is considered as a very innovative country, also for the region and for international scale. Costa Rica themselves, they like to say about themselves, they're a laboratory for good innovative solutions. So I would like to invite you to come with me to Costa Rica to see our new project there in Costa Rica, green hydrogen for decarbonized economy. Why me presenting this here from the guy from the headquarter? My colleague Klaus Kruse, the head of the project, doesn't make it today to come here. And I lived in Costa Rica for some years, leading an EKI project, the first interface project in Costa Rica in 2010 until 15. And Costa Rica also is very focusing on other NAMAs, or mitigation action facilities. Costa Rica also has NAMAs in coffee sector, where I also was head of this project, and also in livestock and other sectors. So Costa Rica is one of the countries in the region highly focusing on NAMAs, or mitigation action facilities nowadays. The next slide will be that one, some numbers. As mentioned before by Monica, we are just starting. We started in September 24, our project there, and we have 2 phases, as all the mitigation action facility projects have. The first phase is 12 months, so 1 year until next year, the first experiments. Then we have more 4.5 years for the second phase. The volume, overall volume, it's about 20 millions. You can see here the greatest part of that is going to finance cooperation, the finance sector. The technical cooperation will be allowed around about 5.5 millions. Our partner ministry is Ministry of Environment and Energy, MINAI, in the country. And we, as you can see it here, are the implementing agency. So what's the case for action? Why Costa Rica? Again, Costa Rica is highly committed with his NDC and gas reduction processes. That's well known in our discussion rounds internationally. And Costa Rica, on the other hand, has 2 sectors where it's very challenging to bring down the GHG emissions. One is the transport sector, where the project in the first phase will focus on, and the other parts are steel and glass and also cement sectors. There are only 2 big companies of cement in Costa Rica and some big steel and glass companies. Costa Rica is also a country where we have nearly 100% of green energy. That's a very good situation for green hydrogen. And also the water sector, we didn't talk about this in the morning, the water supply is also very good for Costa Rica to produce green hydrogen. And Costa Rica has some good experiences. I don't know if you know about that. Costa Rica has a very famous astronaut, Franklin Chung. And when he came back from the universe, he founded an innovative company in Costa Rica, and they produced, a while ago, some years ago, the first car fleet of hydrogen in Costa Rica for themselves. So the background of our project, the last 2 here are the most important. The Estrategia Nacional de Hidrógeno Verde de Costa Rica, the green hydrogen national strategy. It's a kind of guiding policy. And the Costa Rican Hydrogen Alliance, it's a kind of network of all institutions working together in hydrogen. And the upper ones, as I mentioned before, the NDCs of Costa Rica, the National Plan for Decarbonization, and the National Energy Plan are guiding documents for our work there in Costa Rica. And also the government, the MINAI, is highly committed with these plans. Our log frame, you might know how to work it out. It's a log frame focusing on the outputs here. We also work, as Marco mentioned before, in the enabling conditions for these work we're doing there, political, regulatory, or institutional, or even academic conditions to focus on or to support hydrogen strategy there. We work on access to financial mechanisms that goes to the next output here based on that, working out business models. Then, of course, technical support for the implementation, the pilot phase and the second phase. and also national, international outreach. International, very important for the region. Costa Rica, as I mentioned, it's a small country in the region, Central America, and also very important for the international discussions there. Last one is here, output 6. It's project management and monitoring reporting, as you mentioned before, to measure all the GHG impacts in the projects, pilot projects. Here again, the time frame, first phase, second phase, third phase. After each phase, there's a kind of stop and reflect, and also donor decision if or if not this project will go on. It's not too deep, go deep inside right now. Maybe you can, if you will be able to join this presentation later, you can see how that works. This is more or less how MAF projects all over the world will function, will work. This landscape here shows you all the partners involved. GIZ in the middle as project implementer. We have the Mitigation Action Facility and the steering committee at the left-hand side. Right side, the yellow ones are the financial structure. IFC, International Finance Corporation, is our main partner there in Costa Rica for this finance corporation, and also other institutions. Then we have, as we also see in Brazil, the national domestic financial institutions, national development banks, and investors, technical providers, and off-taker of these investments. In the left side down, you see the training and research institutions, also partner, like I mentioned, this institution from our astronaut, Franklin Chung. It's a kind of research institution, public sector institutions, and last but not least, also involved here, German chamber, very present in Costa Rica for international importation, as well as a German academic sector also is involved in this outreach of the project. How the money flows, for them, you might not know, Mitigation Action Facility is contracting GIZ. We are giving the money to IFC in this case. They're giving the money partially to Banco Nacional, it's a national development bank. Hidrogeno Verde in the middle here, the black one, it's a kind of holding company formed for this project. And the owner of this holding are the companies above, is Ad Astra on the left-hand side, it's Franklin Chung research institution. PM, it's a kind of distributor for cars, for vehicles, it's basically Toyota. Investmaster, it's a kind of investment company, and Cruiser, it's an international institution supporting on outreach in that case. I will explain a bit more later how the project is working, the pilot project. GASH, the last one underneath, is a national leasing company for cars and for transporting, and they will receive the support by Hidrogeno Verde, by this holding company. Okay. So these are 4 or 5 sectors where the project in this overall life cycle would focus on. As I mentioned, the first phase will be transporting, but also the other, you can see it here, Hidrogeno Verde is the first pilot project in transport, but then also, as I mentioned before, cement production, here by Holcim, or even steel processing or glass production. And last but not least, we talked about in the coffee, green ammonia. Ammonia will also be one of these interesting sectors for the second phase to build on. And as you mentioned, Enrico, there's also some good smaller projects for smaller countries like Costa Rica, maybe for the coffee sector, to produce in smaller scale ammonia in the country and not importing from China or elsewhere big amounts of ammonia. So this will be, for the second phase, the focus. First phase will be focused on transporting sector. Here you can see a little bit more about this first pilot project, Hidrogeno Verde, as I mentioned, and IFC and Banco Nacional Costa Rica will promote their services or their instruments for this holding company. And this holding company will produce Hidrogeno Verde, or green hydrogen. And then these hydrogen services will take over by GASH. They will lease these transportation vehicles for their uses. So, the project, as you can see here, is divided in 4 parts. Production and selling of hydrogen in the pilot stage. Then production by a maximum capacity by the electrolyzer. Then leasing in the first phase of heavy-duty trucks, as I mentioned. And then this fleet will upscale unto 20 trucks. This is all about the first phase. Second phase, it's depending on decision by the donors. Here, and coming closely to the end of my presentation here, it's a short presentation at least, there we see for the first phase the pipeline of business cases that we have addressed and committed. These companies are committed to be part of the first phase. And these, on that slide here, not to go very much deep in that, are companies and sectors for the second phase where we have asked them and they are interested to be participant of a project or cooperate with the project, but didn't confirm on written way. So this will be part of the second phase. And then I will come to my end of my presentation. Happy to have a questions and discussion with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Andreas. And Marco, if you can stay put or you can come and join us, because we only have about 5 minutes because we have 3 more presentations. And if we then have more time at the end, we can revisit this. But I would say perhaps 1 question per presentation. And you were the first, followed. Oh, that's great. I stay in this corner and then ask Kira if we have something in the chat as well.
Yeah, I think. Oh, sorry. Perfectly. My name is Katja Eisbrenner. I'm from Guidehouse, and I have a question for Marco about you're working a lot with SMEs, I understand, and we're working, at least in some of the projects, also with the large corporates like PepsiCo, McCormick, all of them, and the suppliers of the material that your SMEs are producing are also in the scope 3 of the big corporates, and we see some initiatives from top down, from the corporates to actually work with these SMEs, specifically in the apparel industry. And I was wondering if that's a topic that you come across, that also there's a demand from the international suppliers or like, yeah, where your companies are maybe selling to, that they are looking at their emissions and where there's cooperation on that level already.
Very good question. Thank you very much. Yes, we have actually worked with large corporates from the manufacturing sector, looking at their supply chain and especially the industrial SMEs to invite them actually to work on their scope 3 emissions. But I must say that's something that was not so easy. So we have implemented with some large corporates events, awareness raising events. They invited their suppliers, the SMEs, and basically so that we could inform them about the energy saving potentials, the emission reduction technologies, how they can be part of our program, receive support. And in some cases this worked quite well, but I would say there is space actually to to replicate such initiatives. So we contacted a lot of multinationals that are also based in São Paulo. With some this worked well, with others, we had also bureaucratic challenges to initiate actually the contact because my impression is that they are also very, let's say, conservative in the relationship with their suppliers. Some of the decisions have to be taken by headquarters, which are not always in Brazil and in Germany and other countries. But it is definitely a very relevant point. I also wanted to mention, because I think I missed this in my presentation, that I mentioned that we have this regional focus on São Paulo, but from beginning of next year we will replicate the initiatives to other regions and states in Brazil. And what is quite nice is that the Brazilian government actually decided to significantly invest into this program approach. So they will make available through their own funds, besides the Mitigation Action Facility, around 20 million euros in grants. They will not provide it to GIZ, they will provide it to a local institution, our partner with which we worked with, and we supported them. So this is quite nice that there is basically this upscaling approach in our case is already happening, and it wouldn't be possible actually without the support of the Mitigation Action Facility.
Right, thank you. Next. Yeah, I also have Katja Dinges from Guidehouse. I also have a question for Markus. The first one is related to have there already been a well-functioning ESCO market? So you said you worked with Trusted Advisor, or is that also part of your project? It needs for implementation of the energy efficiency measures and also the different industry segments you cover. It also need very specialized knowledge on that. So have there been already a well-functioning market? That's the first question. And the other one, you said, I mean, through the energy audit, they have then a list of potential measures that can be implemented, them apply for the guarantee fund, but some are also can do that by their own balance sheet. Are there typical measures that are usually financed by their own balance sheet of the companies?
Thank you for the question. So yes, there is in Brazil an ESCO market. It's a rather small market, I would say, compared to European countries or the US. These ESCOs, they are at the moment focusing on the utility-led funding scheme, which I said that this scheme basically doesn't work, unfortunately, for industrial SMEs. The industrial SMEs are the main electricity consumer, but their participation rate in this program is basically marginal. And a big issue is also that this program is only available for electricity savings. And as I said, that the largest part of the energy consumption is thermal. So all these thermal measures are actually not eligible. So that's a structural issue. Another challenge is actually that the ESCOs that we can see in Brazil, some of them are a bit larger, medium-sized advisory consulting companies, I would say. And they focus actually, if they focus on industries, they look only to large corporates because, of course, their profit margin can be higher. These large corporates are easy to identify. They are easier to convince also, and they have significant own resources. So with all the ESCOs that we spoke with, and we are frequently talking to the ESCO Association, they are our partner. They are only looking to large corporates. And then our decision together with the ESCO Association in Brazil was to nevertheless invite actually the ESCOs to our capacity building program. So a lot of ESCOs participated in the capacity building on industrial energy efficiency measures. And they are also registering under the program as a technology supplier. Their appetite is not necessarily to implement these energy audits, these 400 energy audits in SMEs that are distributed around the country. They actually are interested to receive the proposals to implement the projects, because then they also can have a share of the energy savings. They can actually grow their businesses and start having a higher exposure to the industrial sector. So we have some ESCOs that are that are participating in the implementation, besides, let's say, typical standard technology supplies. And then to your other questions.
Short answer, please. We're running out of time.
Sorry. What is typically being implemented with own funds are measures in compressed air systems, where the capex is lower, basically to install a new pipe work or avoid leakages, and if you look to more capital-intensive measures, for example, heat pumps, new motors, new boilers, solar thermal, that's something where also the SMEs require loans in most cases.
Well, thank you, and apologies, Andreas. We won't have time for questions for you because we have 3 more presentations, 15 minutes each, and that'll be it. But Marco, Andreas, thank you very much for the presentations. I also heard that we do have questions through the chat, which is brilliant. Please keep it up. We will eventually, whenever time allows, get back to them. Perhaps in the next round, we start straight away with the questions from the chat. But as I promised earlier, we have 3 more presentations, and this time it's about projects that are still in preparation. And we have 2 presentations looking at the steel industry and 1 cement. And that's the one that we're starting with. Katja Dinges, who was just asking a question as well, Director Energy Sustainability and Infrastructure at Guidehouse Germany, will present the Turkey, or Turkey, we say, project for us now. And as soon as she's set up, do we have a microphone for her too? Yes, we do. Here we are. Katja, off you go.
Can you hear me better now? Yeah, it's fine? Okay. Katja Dinges from Guidehouse, and as Monica said, this is a project in preparation. We are currently in the outline phase, and it's on advancing decarbonization of Turkey's cement industry. So to give you a quick overview on the project, the key objective is here to catalyze transformational change in cement industry in Turkey. So according to the MOF, with the 2 pillars on technical assistance and financial mechanism, the project will provide support to develop an enabling regulatory and policy framework, includes capacity building and training measures for different stakeholders, has a targeted project preparation support for the companies to fill up a pipeline, and setting up a replicable financial mechanism, and then implement the first high-impact projects during the project duration. Though this intervention will lead to significant GHG mitigation and contribute to Turkey's net zero target from 2053 and its NDC, where also the industry and the manufacturing sector specifically mentioned as contributors to mitigation. To look, next slide.
Okay, now we could do you with your help, Valentina. The slides.
Valentina. Yeah, right. Shall I scroll down or? Yeah, okay. Yeah, just to give you a quick overview on the organizational setup. So for technical assistance, Guidehouse and European Development Bank is the leading partner here, supporting from the colleagues of UNIDO and UNDP. And the financial mechanism, the responsible partner, financial partner will be here, the EBRD, supported with key stakeholders such as Cement Association, Tuximento, some research institutes such as Tubitak, Denmark, the manufacturer itself, Chimtra, Akansa, and other ones, and also supported by commercial banks and other financial institutions. To give you first a little bit background on decarbonization of industry and cement industry in Turkey. So as already said, cement is one of the key energy-intensive industry next to steel and chemical industry. To really mitigate these industrial emissions, it really needs a complete change of production. For Turkey, it's the 5th largest cement producer worldwide. The production capacity increased by more than 300% over the last 3 decades, and it is projected to further increase due to growing urbanization. There is reconstruction programs in place in Turkey because Turkey faced a lot of earthquakes in the past years. So these are also drivers for an increase of cement production in the country. They have an export share of more than 25%. Most markets are US, Europe, and EU and UK. So CBAM also is one of the drivers also for transformational change in the sector. The cement sector counts for 14% of the total emissions in Turkey. This is 50% of the total emissions in the industry sector. So that really shows a little bit the importance of this sector for Turkey, not only in terms of emission, but also to GDP and also for employment. So it's quite an important sector for Turkey. There is a will and a good moment currently for industrial transformation in Turkey. The country has adopted very important plans and strategies in the past 2-3 years, but there are still several barriers that remains and needs to be addressed. So the one is low carbon technologies are still much more expensive than the conventional ones in terms of CAPEX and OPEX cost. A large-scale application of these new technology is still missing. There are some bits and pieces, important ones for the regulatory, but it still needs a collective vision for the industrial decarbonization and sufficient support in incentives to really drive this path. And there's also a lack of alignment among the stakeholders, because here you really have to look at the entire value chain, including energy providers, the manufacturing sectors, the demand sectors such construction and financial actors. So looking at the barriers or the challenges that the country is facing, the one is the technology one. So in the cement sector, partially new technologies are needed and the related infrastructure. So that's for hydrogen, that is for CCUS. There's limited availability of hydrogen in the country so far. It needs to be further explored use cases and also storage. So as Turkey is an earthquake country, so there is also limited availability also for storage. So most research is done also to explore which use cases are in the country. Another challenge is the financial one. As said, there is much higher investment on operational costs for low carbon cement production, and there is a very limited financial support structure available that is specifically dedicated to incentivize investments in these low carbon technology. We have an existing policy framework. For example, they published the Climate Change Strategy and Action Plan last year, which includes specifically the manufacturing sectors with actions on increase of renewable energy, capacity building measures for manufacturing stakeholders, and also mention specifically the deployment of new technologies such as hydrogen and CCUS. They have in place now a hydrogen roadmap. There is a carbon pricing emission trading system starting next year with a 2 years pilot phase. So these are all important pieces that could support transformational change in the sector, but it's still not yet sufficiently promote the industrial decarbonization of the cement industry, and also these related infrastructure plans for hydrogen for CCUS is still needed, and also linked to other industries to really see which potential also the synergies, for example, with chemical industry or so has. Nevertheless, there are also opportunities. As said, there is a good moment and willingness to decarbonize the cement industry in Turkey from policy and industry side. I mentioned already some of the main regulation and policies and strategies and plans in place. One important one is, and this is led by the Ministry of Industry and Technology, they developed decarbonization roadmaps for 4 sectors, the most important ones in Turkey. So it was steel and iron, fertilizer, aluminium, and cement. And these low-carbon pathway for the 4 sectors were published in March this year. And one of the main recommendations was really to set up a Turkey industrial decarbonization investment platform. Having that platform effort, engaging different stakeholders, identify technology solutions for each sector, having a kind of matchmaking between different stakeholders from the energy provider, technology provider, manufacturer, financial side, and also support individual decarbonization strategies and create a pipeline to implement in the country. So these plans and strategies are there, but it needs to get started, implemented, and it needs the requirement finance and funds. So Turkey, also from a manufacturer perspective, is well positioned. They are very globally active. The sector is diverse, so we have big players here, globally active, but there are also small and medium-sized. So the needs in terms of capacity building on deployment of this new technology, or looking for still mitigation potential also for energy efficiency or material efficiency, is still there. So the sector is quite diverse, with more than 58 companies working in the cement sector. So there is a good mitigation potential through improving existing technologies, such as energy efficiency measure, clinker ratio, etc., but even a greater mitigation potential through an enhanced uptake of renewable energy and new production technologies. So having a quick look on the technology options for the cement sector, there we have identified the 3 pillars. The one is the efficient use of cement. There's still a great potential here, up to 20–25%, with a reduced clinker usage, more efficient use of cement, new binding materials, etc. And this can be addressed mostly through technical assistance. Then there's the second pillar is the fuel switch opportunity for more electrification with green energy and use of low carbon fuels such as RDFs or hydrogen. This could have a mitigation potential up to 15% and could also be a major part of the financial mechanism, because this is more short-term available and implementation ready. And then we have the third pillar, and if we talk about deep decarbonization in cement industry, we have to talk about CCUS. So we aim to prepare the ground for the introduction of CCUS also in Turkey. Mitigation potential here is 60 up to 70%, but it really needs that deep decarbonization debate on the application of CCUS by developing a carbon management strategy, including all the different stakeholders involved, and also finance some innovative small-case CCU projects, such as RFNBOs for fertilizer or for sustainable aviation fuels. So this is not very short-term available, but important to consider, at least for mid-term, to prepare the market entry. I know I have to speed up here. So a quick overview on the on the 2 pillars of the MAF program. There's a technical assistance overview of the key measures. So on the one hand, supporting the policy framework, addressing the regulatory and economic barriers. I support, for example, the carbon pricing system that will be introduced next year. There is a procurement, there is a regulation on low carbon emission in public procurement contracts that has been adopted in spring this year, but it still need to be enforced and implemented. Then they start a discussion on definition and standards if we talk about low carbon steel, and it needs a policy framework for CCUS. Then support the implementation of the Turkey industrial decarbonization and investment platform by identifying priority technology solution, also delivering tailor-made decarbonization implementation plans for the company, matchmaking with relevant party to really prepare the ground for the investment and create the respective pipeline, and then accompanied by capacity building measures across different stakeholder groups and dissemination activities. For the financial mechanism, which is implemented by EBRD as the key main financial partner here, there are some guiding principles. So developing a pipeline of investment-ready projects, having a blended concessional finance approach in line with the FI agreed principle on the use of blended concessional finance. It really needs a very tailored approach for each project, so really the selected project need-based, and we can build on the use of the robust and approved EBRD governance structure. So the MAF grants will be blended with additional EBRD loans, and other funding elements could be guarantees, could be a structured export scheme, etc. So just, now the project in a nutshell. It comprises an enabling policy framework and with capacity building measures and awareness raising on deep decarbonization, then built on this industrial decarbonization investment platform, which is aimed at mobilizing the investment to implement the roadmaps set out in the low carbon pathway published this year, and really having a collaborative model to lower the transaction costs of investment. And this leads to the targeted project preparation support with tailored decarbonization investment plans, which is really needed and a crucial part of the entire project to prepare this pipeline, and having this preparation support due to the complexity of technologies, new technologies and investment needed, and then start financing projects with high demonstration potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katja Dinges. I know 15 minutes seems a lot, but it just goes like that. And we have 2 more presentations. So if you just hand over the microphone to our next speaker, who will obviously not be from India because they're doing it in-house. Okay, you'll be then last but not least, Sakin. So Guidehouse is doing it amongst themselves. So we now go to South Africa to Tobias Zach, who is Managing Consultant Energy, Sustainability and Infrastructure at Guidehouse, talking about decarbonization of steel in South Africa.
Thank you, Monica.
And again, 15 minutes max, please.
Yes, I'll try to speed up because Chris and Sanshin came all the way from Texas and India, so I really want to hear the input as well. And the good part to shortcut this is that the general structure is similar to what Katja presented to Turkey. So I will highlight the specifics of South Africa. So this one is about accelerating the decarbonization of South Africa's steel industry, which is up to now largely coal-based, as well as the electricity production. And structure is similar, so 3 key areas: quick project overview, then coming to the context and challenges, and then to our project approach. Well, this structure is very similar, so I'll directly skip it and come to the project setup. We'll actually develop this project idea together with UNIDO, who will also be the implementation organization. Next to us, we also have IDC, the Industrial Development Corporation of South Africa, who's a financial institution already running projects, for example, a hydrogen fund. And then we have very promising project partners, so TIPS and NCPC are key research institutes, which do a lot of work there, and also capacity building. We have further financial institutions who are interested to join this project. So DBSA is the Development Bank of South Africa, then AFC and IFC are also interested, as well as EIB. We're also really glad that we already are in contact with Josef and his team at OECD for the CEFM program, which basically, with their study, really builds the basis, the theoretical basis, and we can then do the implementation of the transformation in South Africa. And regarding the industry players, we have the two key associations that we are aiming to involve, as well as the key producers. So ArcelorMittal is really big, but there are also interesting other producers such as Score Metal and Columbus Stainless Steel. And we're also in talk with energy providers. Right, this is the overview, and then coming to the context and challenges. I think, the general context of the industrial transformation has already been elaborated. So focusing on the context of South Africa. After Egypt, South Africa is the largest steel producer in Africa. And their steel production is really important for the value chain that is behind that. So for the domestic markets, automobiles, infrastructure, as well as the export market. The steel demand in South Africa is projected to grow significantly, but at the same time, right now, it's mainly reliant on coal. So the carbon footprint of the South African steel production is 4 times bigger than the EU average, so really significant. Against that background, it's of course important to really switch to renewable energy sources, and there already is a strong commitment, but several barriers remain, and these I would like to touch upon. So it's 4 categories. Don't worry, you don't need to read all of this, and I'll also try to focus it. So, as we are all working on industrial transformation, we know that, of course, on the technology side, we see higher investment and production costs for low carbon technologies. And regarding steel, this is largely regarding the direct reduced iron, as well as the hydrogen, so the EAF, so the electric arc furnace part, that's already conventional technology, which is not so expensive. And at the same time, green electricity, hydrogen are so far limited and also more expensive. And this directly links to the second area, the financial part. And thirdly, also in South Africa, we are lacking an enabling policy framework right now. There's a carbon tax. There are ideas to have green public procurement, but more needs to be added to really make it an incentivizing framework that creates an actual business case for these low carbon steel production. And the fourth part is also really important. South Africa has actually seen a significant reduction in steel production as they struggle with strong competition from China. In Europe, we're also struggling with this. So the general background is challenging, but I really share the view of also the South African steel manufacturers who are saying that, the transformation is our only way forward, because not doing anything won't help us. We'll just, our production will go down even further. And while looking at opportunities, there are actually some great ones, which I would like to highlight. So South Africa actually has all which is needed for low carbon steel production. So they have wind and sun potential, as well as iron ore. So that would allow them to produce green hydrogen at globally competitive costs, as well as then the iron ore and steel. And so there's really a large potential for South Africa to be a key player in this low carbon steel production in the future. Of course, this comes also with a great mitigation potential in the current technologies, as well as in the new technologies. And there is actually really a large interest of several financial institutions to invest in South Africa. But really what's missing is a project that brings all of this together and that gets this transition going. So in my mind, so I'm biased, this MAF project is really at the right place and at the right time to get this transformation started. Yes, that was the core part, and now just quickly, what's our approach? In South Africa, we have got 60% primary production, so with blast furnaces using coal, and 40% is using electricity, which is also coal-based in South Africa. And well, moving forward, these two production routes will actually merge, as also the first production round will be based on electricity and green hydrogen. So yeah, basically they will merge together, and what they both need is green electricity and green hydrogen. So that is also what we have in focus regarding the technologies we want to incentivize. And if you look at the left column, you also see, in addition, we also want to incentivize energy efficiency measures in the small family-owned mills, where there's also large potential, basically like in Brazil, but then focusing the core, the majority on having, a first of a kind H2 DRI plant, as well as then green electricity uptake in the steel sector. Yeah, TA, I will not elaborate on this. It's basically a combination of creating an enabling policy framework in combination with project-specific support to actually come to a project pipeline, and this is then, the key element of the financial mechanism. So what we aim to do is really to develop a project pipeline of several projects. We will then look at what the individual project need and really tailor the financial support towards these projects with the MAF funding that is available, plus the leveraging of the other financial institutions. And all this based on IDC funds, which have a governance structure in place. They actually run similar projects already, and so are really well suited to do this. And just really quickly, so we'd like to start in 26, incentivize these projects, then get them up and running so that actually in 2030 we really see the benefits of this project. And with that, I'll hand over to Monica again. Thank you.
Thank you, Tobias. That's super. Hopefully we will have time for questions afterwards, because now we go to the steel industry in India and welcome Sachin Kumar, Director Industry Buildings and Cooling at Shakti Energy Foundation in New Delhi.
Thank you, Monica. I understand I'm standing before lunch, so I'll try to be very quick. So in my presentation, I will cover about the International Sustainable Energy Foundation, who is the implementing partner for this MAF project. Also about the Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, the organization I represent. And before coming into the MAF project, I will also give you a glimpse of the Indian steel sector, why we are focusing on the steel sector, and then about the project. So International Sustainable Energy Foundation, based in USA, this is an organization that focuses on building a resilient global energy future. And Chris, president of ISF, is here to show the solidarity and to show that the implementation partner is serious about the project. And Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, this is based out of New Delhi, India. We are the technical partner to International Sustainable Energy Foundation. And as Shakti, as I said, it is an organization based out of New Delhi, India, and we are an enabler for the clean energy solution. So we work collaboratively with the civil society, policymaker, industry organizations, academia to identify and scale clean energy solutions that can help mitigate greenhouse gas emission and identify and scale clean energy solutions. So we work through different programmatic mode. We have a program that focuses on industry building and cooling. Similarly, we have a program that focuses on transport, EV transition in the country. We have a program on agriculture. And now we are also working or establishing a program on battery energy storage system and critical raw materials. So this is the kind of area that we intervene in different, I would say, the parts of the Indian economy which needs to be catered to address the climate change risk that we faces in the country. So very quickly about the steel sector overview, but before that, let me give a glimpse of the Indian industry sector. So on the bar chart on your left side, you can see that the industry is the largest energy consumer in the country. And within industry sector, if you see the chart on the right side, the coal is the major use of energy in the industry sector. And even the electricity that we consume around close to 20% in the industry sector, majority of the electricity is again the fossil fuel based in India. So in a nutshell, we can say that the amount of energy that we use in the Indian industry sector, that is fossil based, primarily coal. And within the industry sector, iron and steel consumes around 16% of the total energy. So this gives you an idea that how important the Indian steel sector is from the overall energy consumption in the country. And this also goes for the emission from the industry sector in the country. So just to give you an overview of the Indian steel industry, we are the largest producer of sponge iron in the world. We are holding this position for quite some time now, maybe for a few years now. We are also the second largest producer of crude steel in the world, and we are also second largest consumer of the finished steel. So we have a very large steel industry in the country, and if we compare with our global peers, you can see that our CO2 emission from the Indian steel sector is quite high. We are emitting around 10 to 12% of the total country's emission, whereas the global peers, it is around 8%. And one of the main reasons for this is that we are a coal-based industry in India. Our average emission intensity is also very high. Again, the reason is the coal use. And more importantly, if we see from the global peers, we are using very less of scrap in the steel industry. That's why our emissions are also high. Other challenge that we face in the Indian steel industry is that we have very low availability of natural gas. And whatever natural gas is available in the country, that is earmarked for the other sector, for example, the fertilizer and the city gas distribution. So we get very less of natural gas for use in the steel industry. So these are the kind of challenges that we face, and we operate the steel industry in the country. Again, we have a very heterogeneous steel industry. Like the colleague from the Brazil mentioned, we also have very large base of the blast furnace BF route in the country. Around 45% of the crude steel production is coming from the BF route. But we also have the electric arc furnace. Around 26% of the production is coming from the electric arc furnace, and the balance coming from the induction furnace. And this is again very unique to the Indian steel sector, that if you see on these two pie chart on the slide, that globally around 6% of the crude steel production is coming from the DRI sector, but in India it is around 30%. And out of this 30%, 80% is coal-based. So as I mentioned, that Indian steel industry is primarily coal-based industry. So emissions are high, energy consumptions are high, and this is a need for us to intervene in the steel sector to put India on a map of decarbonization, especially from the industry sector point of view. And this is just to give an idea that primarily the steel industry in the country is located in the eastern part of the country, where we have a lot of iron ore as well as the coal. So because of these two reasons, availability of the raw material and availability of the fuel, the steel industry is centered around the eastern and the southern part of the country. And more importantly, the states like Odisha, West Bengal, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, these are the states where majority of the steel industry is located. And primarily this is the reason why we have chosen these states for intervention under the MAF project. And let me also give an idea about the initiative taken by the government of India to decarbonize the steel sector. And let me start with, say, 2012, when the Indian government came out with the Perform, Achieve and Trade scheme. This is a market-based mechanism which essentially focused on improving the energy efficiency of the industry sector, including the steel sector in the country. And after that, a number of initiatives have been taken by the Indian government. More specifically, if you draw your attention to the steel scrap recycling policy 2019, and the vehicle scrapping policy 2021, because these are the two initiatives by the government of India to increase the use of availability of the scrap and use of scrap in the steel industry, primarily to reduce the energy consumption and reduce the GHG emission from the steel sector in the country. We also came out with a National Green Hydrogen Mission in 2023. Again, under the mission, steel sector is one of the most important sector for intervention going ahead in the country. And we also have plans to come out with our own carbon credit scheme, which will be operational maybe early next year. And let me also highlight to you that the government of India through Ministry of Steel is very ambitious on decarbonizing the steel sector. Government has constituted 14 task forces to basically study and cover each and every aspect of the steel production and use in the Indian economy. So these task forces were constituted by the government, and they have come out with a report. That report was released very recently, last month only. That report titled as the Greening the Steel Sector in India, Roadmap and Action Plan 2024. So this clearly shows that the government of India has come out with their own plans of decarbonizing the Indian steel sector. And let me also mention to you that Shakti has been supporting the government of India as a knowledge partner for release of this report. And let me also now come to focus on some of the challenges that we face in the Indian steel sector. For example, in terms of the resources, we have very low-grade coal and iron ore in the country. As I mentioned, we have very low availability of natural gas in the country, so we are dependent on the coal as a fuel for the steel sector. In terms of the policy, we are still, I would say, defining what is the green steel, the definition part of it. We have no incentive in the country as of now, where the steel producer, they are incentivized to produce or motivated to produce the low carbon steel. In terms of technology, I think the lock-in period of the technologies, that is very high. For example, in India, I can say that the blast furnace that was established by one of the leading producers, Tata Steel, that was established in, I would say, around 1920. So it's operational since more than 100 years now. But let me also tell you that this is one of the most efficient blast furnace that was established by Tata Steel, and it is still operating. So just to highlight that the long-term technology lock-in period is a challenge for the steel sector in the country. And the other technologies, for example, CCUS, green hydrogen, they are not commercially mature as of now, and very high cost, upfront cost for the investment for going ahead with these technologies. In terms of finance, as I mentioned, the cost of these technologies, which are the futuristic technologies, which can help the Indian steel sector decarbonize, the cost is very high. And the industrial units, industrial owners, they are not incentivized to invest in these technologies as of now. And this is the emission trajectory for the Indian steel sector, which has been mentioned by the Government of India, that they plan to reduce the emission intensity of Indian steel sector from the 2.54 ton of CO2 per ton in 2024 to somewhere around 2.20 ton of CO2 emission by 2030. And this is part of the whole plan of the Government of India to reduce this emission intensity to near zero by 2070. Now coming specifically to the project, I think I've already mentioned to you that Government of India has elaborated plan to decarbonize the steel sector. Policy initiatives are there in place for the steel sector to decarbonize. And let me also tell you that the demand for the steel in India is growing at a very fast pace. For example, we are now, we have a capacity of around 150 million ton of crude steel production in the country. As per the plan, this capacity will be around 300 million ton by 2030. So the demand for the steel is going to double in the country in the next 4 to 5 years. So this project, under the MAF project, what we plan to envisage is 4 kinds of intervention. One, on the technology support, that will be extended to the industrial unit in India. And we will focus on primarily on 3 main levers. One, improvement of energy efficiency. Second, integration of the renewable energy. And third, more use of scrap in the steel industry. The second pillar of the support will be the financial support, where a dedicated fund will be earmarked for the renewable energy integration in the steel sector. Similarly, the fund will be dedicated for the collateral-free loan provided to the industrial unit to go for the new technologies. And third pillar will be basically on a platform, the policy dialogue with the state government as well as the national government, with the technology provider, with the vendor, with the industrial unit, and the industry association at large. And the fourth pillar will be to develop the short and medium-term action plan and to implement those action plan on ground with the help of the MAF support. In terms of the objective that we envisage, so we want to create an enabling environment for the green steel production in the country that can facilitate the decarbonization of steel sector way ahead of the India's commitment to achieve net zero by 2070. In terms of the outcome that we envisage, so we feel that, and we are sure that we will be able to create the low carbon technology demand in the country. In terms of the policy, we will integrate the renewable energy integration into the Indian steel sector, and that will be done through specific intervention in the cluster that will come just now. And we will be creating a new and innovative financial mechanism, basically a business models for the financial institutions to come and intervene into the Indian steel sector. And similarly, we will also be working on sharing the knowledge and skill of the industry stakeholder at large, covering all the industry players, academia, the policymakers, the technology providers, and we will also demonstrate the business model for the industry unit to scale up the intervention in the decarbonization process. So as I mentioned, in India, the majority of the steel production is happening on the eastern part of the country, so we will be focusing on 4 key clusters in the state of Chhattisgarh, Odisha, West Bengal, and these clusters primarily account for around 1/5 of the total CO2 emission from the steel sector in the country. So under the MAF project, the intervention will be focusing on these 4 areas, which are the main production center of the crude steel in the country, as well as the processing of the steel industry. It will not only the crude steel production, but also the processing of the steel industrial units. They are located in these regions. In terms of the project partner, we already have endorsement and appreciation from the Ministry of Steel, which is the line ministry for the steel sector in the country. We have endorsement from the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, which is the line ministry for the climate change aspect in the country. As an implementation partner, we have ISEF. The technical partner, along with Shakti, we have the Energy and Resources Institute, a premier think tank based out of India that will bring the expertise in terms of R&D and the technological intervention. We already have on board the Sponge Iron Manufacturer Association, as well as the National Steel Sector Association, which are part of the Indian steel sector. We have on board the financial institution, the Small Industry Development Bank of India, which is the Government of India bank, which primarily focuses on the development of the small and medium enterprises in the country. They are on board. We have a central public sector undertaking, Solar Energy Corporation of India, which will be acting as a demand aggregator for the renewable energy portfolio in the country. They are actually on board and they will be helping in developing the right kind of policy framework and taking action on ground on renewable energy integration with the steel sector in the country. In terms of academia, apart from the Indian academia, like we have IIT Kharagpur, IIT Bhubaneswar, we will also have the DIW Berlin, a German Institute for Economic Research. We will help bring the international expertise on the Indian steel sector for their application. In terms of the lever, just a recap that we will be focusing on 3 main levers. One, on energy efficiency in terms of the best available technologies and replication of the best operating practices within the Indian steel sector. The second major lever will be on adoption of the RE-based power, renewable energy integration in the steel sector. And third will be basically increased use of scrap in the steel sector in the country. Let me stop here and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sachin. And perhaps, I mean, we have just about 5 minutes, but we can extend it just slightly if needs be. But it would be helpful to have Katja and Tobias at the front as well, just to jog your memory. And I promised that we would start with our online questions first. So Kira, you have the choice now, please.
I just started looking how the sector is looking at in the main driver. So indeed, for at least the ones that really export for a large share facing the CBAM, there are some shifts to other markets, for example, to US. But nevertheless, we can see this is really, CBAM really is a driver to drive decarbonization. There are some companies already that have implemented decarbonization plans. They have also implemented energy efficiency process optimization measures, waste heat recovery projects, etc., and also have decarbonization roadmaps in place with different technology options. So, but these are indeed more the larger ones. But as said, the sector comprises 58 manufacturers, including smaller, the SMEs, deliver more local and regional market. And here there still is a potential for the energy efficiency, material efficiency measures that need to be tapped also through the project.
And just to add, the second part of the question was related to CCU instead of CCS. And indeed, that is an option we consider. So in our project, this would actually be the more likely case. So cases can be fertilizer production or production of sustainable aviation fuels, for which a CCU would be applicable. And in parallel, Turkey should develop really also a CCS strategy. So storing as exports would also be an option. Yeah.
Do we have one more, perhaps one for Sachin?
Looking at the roadmap, it seems more important than other corporate regional strategies to rely more on H2
Thank you for that question, but to me, going ahead for the Indian steel sector, the hydrogen will play the major role. In terms of CCUS, as I said, its upfront cost is very high, and I am not sure whether we have those geological sites where we can store the carbon. But in terms of utilization also, yes, that can be a possibility for utilizing carbon for the other industry sector. But to me, if you ask me personally, the green hydrogen will play a major role in decarbonizing the Indian steel sector rather than CCS or U.
And then we can just take one or two, if we have one here in the group.
So I'm Joseph from the OECD. I have a question for Sachin. You mentioned that India must double the size of its steel sector, basically building 150 million ton capacity. That is huge. Basically, that's Europe's steel production capacity by 2030. And that means that final investment decisions are, I guess, will be taken over the next couple of years. So what's the appetite of the large Indian steel manufacturer to actually invest in low carbon technologies? And the second question is on all the steel production. Who do you see as the first buyers of the low carbon steel, even though it's not perfectly defined? Do you see them in India or mostly on international markets?
Thank you for that those questions. So before the report that was released by the Government of India very recently, I would say the plans for the large steel producer in India, they are going ahead with the blast furnace route. So if you see the plant capacity addition in India by 2030, somewhere around 150 or 140 million tons, majority is the blast furnace based route. So that is the answer to your question number one. But in terms of the appetite for the Indian corporate or the Indian large steel producer, they are very much into the game. They want to decarbonize their steel sector. So they want to go ahead with the technological intervention. For example, even in the blast furnace, I think the Tata Steel has started using green hydrogen. As a pilot, they have done that. The other Indian corporate, they are also trying to use the gas-based route for the steel production. So I would say the appetite is there, willingness is there, and the policy environment is there to go ahead with the decarbonization of the steel sector. But as of now, it seems that the BF route is going to be the main route of production till 2030. Coming to the second part of your question related to the demand for the green steel. So I would say there are ample initiatives which are being tried now by the Government of India also. They are focusing, one of the task forces that I mentioned, the 14 task forces, one of the task forces that was created by the Government of India was specifically to focus on how to increase the demand for the green steel or the low carbon steel in the country. Right now, Ministry of Steel is working on defining the green steel, but having said that, there are initiatives by the Government of India as well as by the private players. So for example, through Shakti, we are supporting one of the initiatives in India where we are trying to increase the demand of the low carbon steel. So that is one initiative that we are doing, but parallelly to that, there are other initiatives being done by other players also, apart from the Government of India. So in a nutshell, I would say there is an ecosystem in the country where the policymaker, where the corporate, where the users, they are aligned to go ahead with the use of the low carbon product. And this is not only true for steel, this is also true for the cement as well. So for other hard-to-abate sector also, the ecosystem is gearing up.
I'm glad you just mentioned that about the definition of green steel, because that would have been a question that I had, because when you had amongst policy the very first thing that there isn't a clear definition of green steel, I was wondering, well, where's the incentive to invest in it, to do anything? How do you know that you go the right way? You just said also in terms of attracting investment and so forth, that needs to be clarified. How far away are we from a clear definition of green steel?
So one of the task forces that was created by the Government of India, that was to define the green steel, and that work is going on. See, the challenge for us is, it is not a definition which will be used by the Indian steel player. Because of the CBAM, because of the international community, we are also trying to come out with a definition which is well aligned with the global standards as well. As I mentioned in my presentation, we are coming out with our own carbon market. So the kind of definition that we are working right now with the Ministry of Steel is basically has to be compatible with the global standard. It has to be seen in a context that the Indian steel players are at par with the global players. And coming to the second part of your question, how far we ahead? So I can say that with confidence that the Government of India is in a very advanced stage of releasing the definition of green steel in the country. The draft is ready. It is in consultation within the ministry. And hopefully, the ministry will come out with the definition very soon.
Okay, time is up, I'm afraid. time is up. We do have a lunch break which is taking place upstairs, where there's also a program which is not going to be streamed. So whatever you're doing in the next roughly 2 hours, be sure to be back sitting in front of your PC screen a quarter to 2 o'clock or at 1:45 p.m. because this is when the workshop program will pick up again. And for everyone here, upstairs, Lab 4 is the lunch break, and also the interviews will take place there. I was assured that you're all in the loop, so somebody will be there upstairs to grab you for your individual interviews. And then we'll meet down here again in Lab 3 at 1:45. So thank you very much for now, and hopefully you'll join us again then. Thank you. Okay, so are we online? Yes, we are online. So hopefully you're still there. Welcome wherever you are. We now go into the afternoon of our workshop, and we want to look at various challenges now when it comes to implementing new technologies in the decarbonization of industries such as steel, cement, and chemicals. And our first two speakers will also join us online, but nevertheless, if they stick to their 30-minute slots, there should be time for questions within those 30 minutes. We'll play it by ear, but if there is time for questions, then obviously they will hear you and answer your questions, and the same goes for everybody who is submitting questions in the online chat. If time allows, we'll definitely go for it. So I don't know, can we see Professor Karin Scrivener, and I hope I pronounced her name correctly. If not, that I'm sure that she will be able to introduce herself. But I can tell you that she is a material chemist known for her pioneering work in cementitious materials. She is the head of the Laboratory of Construction Materials at the École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne. So that's in the French part of Switzerland. And we will now see the presentation on pathways to CO2 reduction from cement-based materials until 2050. Yeah, there she is in the corner. So Karen, we can see you just about, and we see your presentation. So it's over to you now. So we don't hear you just yet, just to give you that piece of information that we don't hear you. I can see that you're talking, but we cannot hear you. And rest assured, I will not start the clock. The 30 minutes start as soon as we can actually hear you. Do we have lip readers here?
So, I mean, everything is okay my end?
We hear you.
You hear me? Right, fantastic. Okay, I'm glad
Okay.
that's sorted. Okay. So, hopefully I won't take too long with the presentation, and we have time for questions. So I want to start by talking about the importance of the built environment, which is accounting for about 40% of global emissions. And a big part of this, of course, is from operations like heating, etc. This can hopefully be solved by moving to renewable energies, but a very large part of it is coming from the embodied energy due to producing the materials like cement or steel. And in fact, if we look forward to 2050, we see that in terms of new buildings, it's this embodied energy which is the most important. And in terms of new buildings, This will account for something like 90% of the emissions from buildings in the period from now till 2050. And the point is, we need new construction. You can see these quotes here from the UN Secretary General, etc. And this will not happen in global north like Europe. This is a map of where the demand for floor area is. And you can see the most important area is Africa, probably followed by India. Now we have many options for reducing emissions from construction. And it starts at the beginning, thinking, do we really need to build anything else? Can we reuse existing assets? And these strategies can be quite applicable in the global north. But in the global south, where we have an increasing world population, then we don't have the buildings and infrastructure there already. We have to find ways of building more cleverly and building more efficiently. In terms of materials use, here we can see the volumes of all materials. So you can see the incredible dominance of concrete. Concrete makes up about 3/4 of all the materials we use. And from that perspective of this enormous use, you can see that the share of CO2 emissions is actually relatively low. We would not be able to help the situation by imagining we can replace concrete by something else. You see, materials like steel and brick have much higher emissions, but purely from a resource perspective, we don't have the possibility, for example, timber. If we wanted to replace just 1/4 of concrete with timber, we would have to plant new forest 1.5 times the size of India. And recent studies, such as example, this one from the World Resources Institute, are actually demonstrating that the premise that we can use biomaterials is actually leading to massive deforestation and perversely an increase in CO2 emissions. So coming back to cement, we can see that where cement is used is changing dramatically. This shows the evolution of cement historically since 1960 and the projections. We see in the last 40 years, things have been dominated by China, which has gone from really almost nothing to producing more than half the cement used in the world. But this situation is going to change in the future. China is now going down dramatically, and the demand will come from these regions we saw earlier, Africa and India. So where are these emissions coming from? This is also important to understand because only a minority of the emissions are coming from the fuel. So even if we electrify, even if we go to fuels like hydrogen, which would be very expensive, we will not be able to solve the 60% of emissions which are coming from the chemical breakdown of limestone. So 80% of the raw materials used to produce cement are limestone. And that breaks down, and that is responsible for 60% of the CO2. So I haven't got time to explain this to you in detail, but you can see my presentations online where I look at the composition of the earth, the way the cement works, and the fact is we don't have any other chemistry we can use to make cements. Even though you hear all this hype in the media, oh, let's make cement from algae, etc., this would cost about 1,000 times the cost of cement today. So these ideas are impractical, too costly, unscalable, and have no possibility of delivering any significant impact to 2050. Because these Portland-based cements we talk about are an inevitable consequence of the chemistry and geology of the earth. Okay, that sounds very negative, but in fact, there is a lot we can do, and these are the levers we can use. We can be more efficient in how we construct. Often we're putting twice as much concrete in a building as we need to for the same performance. We can be more efficient in how we make concrete, because often we're putting in many times more cement than we need to for the same performance. We can be more efficient in how we make our cement, replacing a large proportion of the CO2 intensive, what's called clinker, with other materials. And then we can use alternative fuels and go to energy efficiency. At the end of the day, these will not take us totally to zero. There will still be a gap of 20 to 30%. And at the moment, people imagine to fill this gap with something like carbon capture and storage. But here we have a really big change in terms of cost. You can see on the horizontal axis is cost. These top levers can be implemented even with cost savings or low cost. And then the remainder has to be dealt with by some expensive solution. So clearly we have a really big interest to maximize what we do up here before going to these solutions. And just to give an example of the scale of savings, this publication, just taking these top 3 pathways, indicated that it could be possible to have savings of 76%. And this also highlights why it's important to have metrics at the level of the final use, like the level of the building. This study in Europe quantified the CO2 per meter squared. You can see there's very little difference between different types of building material, but the huge difference is in the dispersion. So if we can stop having concrete buildings which are up here and have them all down here, we have a really huge impact. So coming back to this diagram, I'm going to talk a little bit more about this central one, savings in cement and binders, because this is basically the idea of replacing clinker, which is produced in a cement kiln, by other materials. And this has been around for some time. We're using mainly things like fly ash from burning coal and slag, which is a byproduct of iron production. But these two are themselves the products of CO2 intensive industries. And even today, the amounts of these substitute materials available is really quite limited. And most of what can be used is already used. For example, blast furnace slag is a very good substitute material, but we only have about 10% available worldwide. So what we can do to change this, to take this technology further, is to introduce new substitute materials. And here, calcined clay is particularly interesting. And this is the idea we have developed in LC3 technology, where we can replace half or even more of the clinker by a combination of calcined clay and limestone. And this kind of material, it has 50% less clinker, 40% less CO2, but the strength can be similar to the reference, and some properties are very much improved, like resistance to chloride ion penetration, which is the major cause of durability, and similarly with what's called alkali-silica reaction. And the clays, which we can use in this technology, are extremely abundant worldwide, particularly in those regions of the world where we will have most development, like Africa, India, Southeast Asia. So we have already implemented this technology at scale. Today, it's already working in about 20 plants around the world, with another 20 to come on stream. So the capacity installed today is about 15 million tons, but this is only a very small fraction of the potential. And this is what we're working on still today. To really try to meet this potential, we estimate as being about 400 million tons. But even today, with a funding of only around 10 million euros, we have already savings of CO2 approaching 10 million tons. And the potential is to have a saving of more than 500 million tons per year. So as I said, we have plants already producing this. In Colombia, they have been producing for 4 years, and all the cement produced in this central plant of Colombia contains calcined clays. You see it's being used in full-scale motorways, shopping centers, and also in Europe, in Switzerland, we now have this type of cement. It's been used to build this high-rise building, which is just 10 minutes from my office, and also for the new Rolex campus, which is under construction nearby. So this is a project, you know, this is a technology which is already implemented, but has huge further potential. So I don't want to stop here because I want to repeat my message that it's a question of putting together many different steps. So I've talked about how we can reduce clinker and cement, but we have to take this also through to the concrete level. So on this slide here, we see the very big dispersion in the carbon intensity for exactly the same compressive strength. So the CO2 impact of concrete can range between 100 and 300 kilograms CO2 per meter cube. That's enormous. If we could stop making concrete up here and make it all down here, we could save another 50% of emissions. And we then need to go to the next stage to reduce concrete in buildings. We need to be more efficient in our structural design. You can see here this building in Canada, where because the columns are not aligned between the floors, then we have very thick floors here. And just a small example, a fancy building like this would have 50% more CO2 emissions than this simple design here. So coming to a close, I really want to demonstrate to you that we have these potentials for very big savings at 3 levels, at cement level, concrete level, and structural level, and that these can all be done with minimal cost. If we will still have a gap, but this will be expensive to deal with and more difficult to implement on a fast timescale. So with that, I'd like to thank you and hope I may be able to answer some questions.
Well, thank you. Thank you very well. This is definitely too loud. Thank you. There's. Hold on. Karen, you can hear me via this microphone. Is that correct? You can hear me? Yes, you can hear me. Good. Because when I use the other microphone, there's some kind of feedback, so we're trying to figure that out. But thank you so much for your presentation. And I look into the room, and I also look at Kira, who is keeping an eye on the online chat, because we do indeed have a little bit of time for questions. So if you do have a question, then let me know. And don't be surprised, I will have to come to you, and I will hold this microphone in your direction, because this is how our online speakers can hear you. So, anyone? No questions? Doch, yeah. So there's a question coming for you, Karen.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Katja Eisbrenner from Guidehouse. I was wondering about the LC3, about the cost. You say there's now you're started to implement it. Is it something that can be rolled? What is maybe the gap or the barrier? Is it money or is it trust in the SIS technology? Thank you.
It's a very good question. So in fact, we have proven this is cheaper to produce than existing materials, and this is what has driven the uptake. You know, companies in Colombia don't really have a pressure to save CO2. They're only going to do it if they can save money. We've also proven that the durability is really extremely good. It's more a question of inertia. This is a very heavy industry based on high volumes. A typical state-of-the-art cement plant may produce 10,000 tons a day. So we have to find the trigger to get people to change from what they're doing at the minute. And most countries we're talking about, there are really no incentives to save CO2. So even though they can save money in the long term, in the short term, they need to take some time, they need to make some investment, And this is the major obstacle we are trying to solve by conveying information, by supporting technical studies, etc.
Well, thank you, Karen, for that question and the answer rather. And I look around because we would have time for one more, and there is one for you coming up now.
Okay. Yes, thank you for your short presentation. It was very informative. You showed the example of Colombia. I was wondering if, if it was Argos doing that, or whoever the company was. What challenges did they have, or what was it that they needed throughout these years to do this, to implement this change in the process?
Yes, the company is Argos, and what they needed was, first of all, the technical support. We could support them in testing the clays, in demonstrating which formula worked best to them, and then, of course, they had to make the investment. It was quite a large investment in their case for various reasons I won't go into. But now we're seeing that for relatively low investment of the order of 10 million euros or whatever, you can, for example, convert existing cement kilns. This has been done, for example, in Angola now. It's coming on stream. If you want to build a brand new plant, then it tends to be slightly more expensive. And of course, it's always this investment which is something of an obstacle.
And I think we have one last question for you now, Karen.
Hello, Enrico Robertus from GIZ here in the Global Department. Thanks a lot for the presentation. I've learned you're sitting in Lausanne, so you're sitting close to one of the biggest cement producers of the world, Holcim. How would you convince Holcim to change its strategy and go only for this new technology globally? How would you do that? What are the convincing arguments?
Well, I mean, we have been working with Holcim for a long time. I think it's interesting to note that Holcim is already producing calcined clay in France, so they already have a lot of projects. But it's really a case-by-case scenario. I think one of the problems is that, perversely, Holcim is selling off most of its assets in Africa. So in the region which is most favorable for this technology, because it's a growing market, then this is where they're moving out of. And this is, this is because they want to say, oh, we have a lowest carbon footprint just by selling off companies, but actually this doesn't solve anything on a worldwide basis, because they sell to another company who is probably having less pressure to reduce CO2. So I think, we have largely convinced Holcim. They are applying this technique in many markets, as well as the other strategies I've been talking about, like producing concrete more efficiently. So, I think the arguments are there. Then it's a question of how they are developed in different markets according to the financial climate.
Right. Well, thank you so very much, Karen, for your time and for your presentation. Sorry about the technical hiccups, but in the end, it worked out, and we could see your presentation and we could hear you. So thank you so very much for that.
Okay, fine.
And with that, we switch now and go from one online presentation to the next, to this gentleman, Professor Dr. Ulf-Peter Apfel, who is the head of the department Electrosynthesis at the Fraunhofer Institute for Environmental Safety and Energy Technology, Umsicht. And his presentation is entitled Enabling a Sustainable Chemical Industry by Electrochemical Recycling of CO2. And Professor Apfel, fingers crossed, I hope you can shoot and we can hear and see everything straight away. And again, if you leave some time for questions, then we will be very grateful. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I hope you can hear me. So it's a pleasure to be here. But let me start with something that is very provocative, because I'm not a big friend of talking about decarbonizing industry. Because in the end, that would mean that we would not be present at all. And there would be no chemistry at all in the world, because everything is literally carbon-based. So why I'm saying this is a very easy thing, and I'm coming from a different angle that Karen was talking about. So I'm coming from a scenario to talking about what will happen ultimately if we remove all carbon sources that are based on fossil fuels. And the simple answer is we have an issue. And the issue is we still need carbon. So we need some carbon materials, and we need to think about where we get them from. As of now, what we do is from fossil fuels, we are not only making energy by burning these fossil fuels, but we're also using them as a chemical feedstock in the industry. And following up on what nature is doing, because this is exactly what nature is doing, we emphasize that there should be a possibility to make a carbon dioxide recycling. Because carbon is in nature is all coming mainly from CO2. So it's kind of in the photosynthesis recycling the carbon dioxide. So what we believe is a good way just to deal with carbon dioxide emissions, especially when we're talking about concrete factories, which are really good local sources for creating CO2. We have to think about how we can integrate these CO2 sources again to make a feedstock out of it. And the answer is quite straightforward, at least. It's not simple, it's straightforward. We have to think about reintegration of renewables to make a high value product out of CO2. So, and usually what we do, at least in my department, we're using a lot of electrolyzers. And in the follow-ups minutes, I want to show you what you can actually do with CO2. And that CO2 is not only something bad, but it could be also serving as a good platform for making chemicals and for making this stuff we all need, chemicals and fuels. Why is it such a good idea, or why is it, in my mind, such a good idea? Because at these point sources, you have quite a lot of CO2 available. And when you're talking about, for example, reintegration of renewable energy, then also in the case of hydrogen, we're talking about storing energy in chemical compounds. CO2 is a very robust molecule. It's not very reactive, which is a typical problem. But what we do out of the CO2, we literally generate platform chemicals that can be reused afterwards, either in Fischer-Tropsch chemistry or whatever you might consider. And here's just a little overview on what you can actually do if you try to do a recycling of CO2. It doesn't really matter if it's just from a concrete factory, or if it's a waste incineration. Paper pulp industry has a lot of CO2 emissions. That is really something you cannot get rid of. Steel industry as well, and so on and so forth. So, but when you're talking about CO2 conversion, then there are some platform chemicals that are already present in millions of tons. For example, one of it is carbon monoxide, which is used for making a lot of various different chemicals in the chemical platform industry. But what you can do as well from CO2 is you can make methanol, for example, or you can go all the way to ethanol, or you can build olefins, which you all know from plastics, from everyday materials you also have in your hand. And this is exactly what we try to do with electroorganics or with electrochemical synthesis. The beauty here is that we just by using renewable energy, which is just a matter of providing electrons to do chemistry, we can build up systems like shown here, a very schematic picture on how an electrolyzer is working to convert CO2 in the presence of water to give you directly carbon monoxide or syngas. And with that, you can go on. And this is one project we're currently aiming for, where at a concrete factory, Phoenix, it's a rather small one, but we're also working with different concrete factories nowadays, where we try to see and to analyze how do you need to integrate these exhaust gases to make platform chemicals. And the straightforward way is what you have to do is you have to recycle that to generate these high value, high energetic carbon monoxide gases, which then you can couple with thermal catalysis in a very old fashioned classical way This is already present in industry, so there is nothing new that you have to build up, which saves you a ton of money because you don't have to build new industry structures, but you can set up or directly jump on existing pathways and you just add additional steps to it. And by doing so, with robust catalysts, because this is what you need when you're talking about a concrete factory, the exhaust gases are highly polluted with everything, at least from the chemical means you want to find, you will find. And using these gases to convert into something that is useful, mainly alcohols. And how we do that, you have several possibilities. You can also do carbon capture. We don't do that here by amine washing also, or some procedures that are known in literature and also in their pilot plants. But we're using these gases and convert them directly in the electrosynthesis to make a syngas, which is then converted to olefins and alcohols. In a different project, because this is a very fundamental project currently, where we don't build a pilot plant, but we do pilot plant building just to integrate that. And this is planned also to build up at this location later on, hopefully. We're building electrolyzers to up to 1 square meter. Sounds not very big, but if you're a little bit familiar with electrolyzer technology, 1 square meter is quite a big stack already, where you can convert a lot of gas, a lot of substrate into the respective gases. And this is how such a container looks like. These containers are very, very small. So in principle, you kind of very nice setup to hook it to the chimneys and to the exhaust streams of a concrete factory, and to connect it directly to the electrolysis plants and to generate these kind of carbon monoxide species. It works quite nicely. You see that what you get out of here is roughly about a composition of 80% carbon monoxide, just about 20% is remaining with hydrogen. So this is quite a good outcome of these kind of experiments at already quite high current density, which is a measure of how much CO2 you convert in a time frame. We also go for high pressure cells, because this is really what is necessary if you want to hook up to industrial plants, because a lot of these follow-up processes are actually operating at high pressure. So you constantly start at high pressures of around 60 bar just to do follow-up chemistry. But that means if you really want to save money, if you want to save material, and if you want to not by creating additional compression part, which you have to operate, not to create additional CO2 exhausts, you need to have the handover with the respective pressure schemes. So that's why we came up with a new pilot plant system where we could have electrolyzers that can actually utilize and allow you to generate syngas at directly about 60 bar at least. So these are actually operating nowadays up to 120 bar. That it's working and that pressure really has a beneficial or some beneficial properties you will see here. So the higher the pressure, actually, the higher the outcome of carbon monoxide. And this is also quite nice because, as I said before, current density is kind of correlated to the conversion speed of the CO2 in your electrolysis cell. So the higher the current density, the better it is for your progress. And what you see quite nicely is that even at high current densities, you still gain a lot of carbon monoxide, and you have a nice mixture of carbon monoxide with hydrogen. So in the end, you're forming a nice syngas that you can hand over and utilize for the follow-up chemistry. This is what we are currently also doing at an installation which is in Leuna in the eastern parts of Germany, where we actually hook up the syngas production directly from exhaust streams to a methanol production. And methanol is a very interesting molecule because it can be used as an e-fuel for shipping. It can be used for very nice transportation of energy from A to B. I would say it's a quite rather interesting molecule alongside of ammonia, which is highly discussed for hydrogen transport. You could also use methanol. You could also use hydrogen, but there are some other critical points associated to that. And this is one facility where we're really building up these kind of infrastructures to show that carbon dioxide is not only a waste product, but it can be a valuable product or valuable starting material when you do a proper recycling, just to follow up and to feed it into the streams and do a recirculation of CO2 into value chain. This is what we're currently doing. As I said, we're building up electrolyzers for about 1 square meter. You see the sizes. It's not very impressive actually when you see it, but the amounts that you can do or you can convert with such a small cell are just shown here. It's up to 25 tons a year that you can convert in CO2. I mean, Karen said it quite nicely. CO2 exhaust from a concrete plant is significantly higher. But if you consider the amounts that you need in carbon in industry and what is currently used in fuel or in fossil fuels, the amount that a concrete factory is emitting is not even enough to satisfy the chemical industry at the moment. So, but this could be a nice recycling pathway for doing these kind of things. This is what we're doing. We're building up, again, containers for doing these kind of things, which will be established in Q1 in 2025 nowadays. So currently the systems are running only in Oberhausen, and then we will show the linkage to classical thermocatalysis pathways. In the end, I have to thank my group for doing this kind of great job, and thank you for your attention. And if you have any question, you can either ask me or Dr. Junger-Puring, who is a group leader in my department. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Apfel. If Dr. Puring happens to be here in the room, then we could ask him questions. But I think at the moment we will concentrate on you. And I'm just looking here into the round if any hands are going up in the air. And I also look at Kira, who keeps an eye on the online chat. Any questions for Professor Apfel? Not in the online chat. Any questions for Professor Apfel here in the room? Yes, there is one. So again, so that Professor Apfel can hear you, and this is for the online screen.
Right, yeah, thanks very much for the presentation. I was wondering how far away those projects are from technical maturity or from market entry.
That's a very good question. So I would say we're speeding up significantly. There are a couple of companies worldwide that are already on the pilot plant. It's definitely not market ready yet, I would say. But some of the more mature systems are definitely on the TRL range of around 7-ish, that goes into that direction. So let me say it very straight. I mean, Karen had a good point. We need to reduce the CO2 emissions, and it's a good way also to find alternatives. But in my personal belief, we have to find a good mixture in between getting rid of all carbon, because then we have a different issue, and trying to recirculate it. So we don't have any other chance, because if we want to stay away from fossil fuels, then this will be the only source of carbon we have for chemical industry.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And I keep looking around and trying to collect questions for you. And I'm already on my way to the next candidate. Here we go.
Hello, Marco Schiewe from GIZ. What about biogenic CO2 sources? You mentioned that briefly on your slide, also biomass. However, then you didn't go into details. In Germany, there is a quite significant biogas market. It was based on electricity generation. Do you see a new dynamic when it comes, for example, to biomethane to also capture the CO2 and use it for the chemistry industry?
This is actually something we're doing as well. So full conversion to methane from biogas installations. This is one thing we do, but we're also into bioelectric systems, where, for example, we use wastewater and wastewater treatment installations, because there you have a lot of CO2 that is evolved as well. And you have a lot of bacteria in that can generate also methane. So what we're trying to do is we're making bioelectric systems work a little bit different to what I showed here, that also make methane with the bacteria in there. So there are plenty of possibilities. What you can do is to make or to convert CO2 into valuable products. The big benefit for the biological systems like the biorefineries you just mentioned is that you generate always oxygen alongside the actual CO2 reduction. And this is some beneficial, or it's a beneficial point to biological systems because they need oxygen. And typically this is a waste product from the electrolysis, which is not very often used.
Professor Apfel, do you have a chance to press some button? Because right now we can see a presentation and we can see a very little dot that is, yeah, it's so much better to actually see a face okay. and recognize the person that we're talking to. So, do we have more questions for Professor Apfel? You see, you come right after the lunch break. That's yeah,
it's fine.
Yeah,
so
it's always a bit of a killer, isn't it?
That's why I always show the slide. If you have any other question that is popping up later on, you can just write me an email. This is very easy.
That's cool. That's very cool. Okay, well then, at least we could see you properly, if only for a minute now. So thank you so very much, Professor Apfel, for your presentation. Thank you.
It was a pleasure. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
And here's a question for the organizers, because I do see that we are connected maybe to a next speaker, or is that, I just want to make sure that I don't overlook somebody. Is that speaker? No, that speaker isn't there. Okay, then we can forget about this microphone, because our next two speakers are here in the room. That makes it somewhat easier. And we now talk about challenges of implementing new technologies and decarbonizing the steel industry. And for that, we now welcome Luis Umansor Hernandez. He's Industrial Development Officer at the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. And he steps to our, well, I would say lectern, but it's more like a bistro table, with a laptop, and we're all ears. You two have 30 minutes, including the questions that might follow. Yes. And you don't have a microphone, which is not a good idea. I'll go and get you one. There you go.
Thank you. Well, thanks for the introduction. Yes, today I will be talking about what we are doing on steel in our program for hydrogen. Maybe let me start with a commercial. UNIDO is the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Basically, we are supporting our member states to move forward with their sustainable industrial development. We're working since 1966 and focus on different areas, advancing economic competitiveness, safeguarding environment, and creating shared prosperity. Now, I am under the Safeguarding the Environment in the Climate Technologies and Partnerships Division. So maybe a little bit of background on why we're here and what we have been doing. So around 2018, well, no, actually no, going backwards, UNIDO has been kind of active on hydrogen since the 70s. They have been part of the TC group of the IEA. And also back in the 2000s, they had established a center in Turkey on hydrogen, and also had some initiatives. But then, like in 2018, the member states started approaching again, asking about hydrogen and everything that was happening. And in 2020, with the boom, we decided to start taking it more serious, particularly because we saw a lot of interest from many countries in Northern Africa and also in South Africa that were thinking on how to start the hydrogen and particularly export, which is fine, but we also wanted to also bring the light to the local application of the hydrogen, which can make a little bit of sense. So because of this, we launched our program for hydrogen in industry in 2021. The overall objective of the program is to support the countries in the just hydrogen transition. And we see two specific things here. One is, of course, to support the decarbonization, but then on the other ones, we also see an opportunity to create new industries, which are based on renewables and hydrogen, which makes a little bit more sense, which I'll show you a map later, but maybe some countries in which we are operating, they need industrialization and not decarbonization. So with the hydrogen, there are certain barriers that I think everyone here is very much aware. I will not go so much into detail. I will give some, let's say, one-on-one aspects of the hydrogen. So apologies if you already know. But when it comes to the main barriers that we identify with our member states were very similar to what everyone has been talking about in decarbonization as well. One of them is policies and regulations. And this is everywhere because it's such a new topic. And I can just tell you, when we started the project, we approached, we were with the Netherlands. They have a project in Groningen. And I remember I met with them, and it was a project being developed by the municipality. And the municipality did not know what kind of permits they should give to their own project. So just like this, there are many, there's a lack for certain policies, there's a lack for special regulations regarding hydrogen and its application everywhere, not only in the global south. There's of course some issues with skills and know-how. I was recently in Morocco. I was talking with OCP, and they're very interested, as you are very well aware, they're one of the largest producers of fertilizers. But they also want to produce ammonia, green ammonia particularly. But then Morocco does not have an ammonia plant. So it's not about the knowledge and the abilities, because you have engineers, you have chemical engineers, you have everyone that in theory can do the work, but you don't have people with experience in ammonia production. So they're trying to see how they can fill this gap. Of course, maybe at the beginning they will need to recruit people from abroad that can help them start the whole thing, but then later they would need to build their own skills. And maybe just running through, of course, innovation. This requires new technologies, as we have seen, not only for the hydrogen, but also for the adaptation of the processes, which will use the hydrogen. Standards is an issue I think everyone is pretty much aware. Everyone is more or less trying to push their own standards, which is also makes a little bit complicated, the whole commercialization and exports and everything. And of course, financial instruments and certain coordination. There are so many players, there's so many MOUs, there's everything happening, but it's a bit difficult to coordinate. So maybe just a little bit on what we do on the program. So basically, to tackle these barriers, we have divided the program in two. One is the partnership, and then one is the technical cooperation. Within the partnership, we do more like global level, global fora activities, knowledge product development. We have, I think, just recently launched one with ISO on the standards. We have guidelines for green hydrogen industrial clusters, which is one of the models that we want to push. I can tell you later about that, but and then we also have guidelines for policies, a toolkit. And then, of course, we have a trade forum. We do things at COP. And then on the technical cooperation, we are trying to do more in-country interventions, working at the policy and some technical readiness activities like helping with pre-feasibility studies and other kind of technical assistance that they require, including capacity building. So it's a multi-donor approach. We have support from Germany. We also have Austria, Italy, Spain, Saudi Arabia, the Netherlands, and at the technical cooperation, we're approaching multilateral donors, like the Global Environmental Facility and the Green Climate Fund. So maybe a little bit on electrolysis. I think everyone is a bit aware. Electrolysis is the separation of the molecule of water into oxygen and hydrogen using electricity. It's fairly simple. Basically, what makes it green is if it's use renewable energy. and that's basically net zero. So currently the hydrogen is mostly produced by the reforming of gas, which is just injecting really hot water at hot pressure that breaks down the molecule into hydrogen and CO or CO2. And then that's it. And then basically there are different kind of electrolyzers which you can use. But the most important one is perhaps the alkaline electrolyzer is the one that is commercially available, is the one that is mostly used, and I think is the one that is going to be really, at the end of the day, taken over, particularly because China is already starting to develop this. The PEM, the membrane electrolysis is also has a slightly higher efficiency, but perhaps at the moment it's a technology that will be growing. It's not new. Electrolyzers have been around for a long time, but the applications at the scale that we want to do now, it's what's new. And this will anyways help to improve the efficiency, as it always happens with all the different equipments and technologies. Now, maybe on the colors, I know that colors will be phased out because everyone will be talking more about the content of CO2. But maybe just the gray one is the one from coming from fossil fuels. The green one is using renewable energy. And then white hydrogen is the natural one, the one that you can find in some reservoirs that apparently is becoming more a thing. Apparently in the US, they found a lot. And then the one from nuclear, which is red, sometimes pink. I know that this, I have some issues sometimes with all these definitions. I think that we should focus on trying to do the one that is with the lowest carbon possible and forget about all these things. But it has become very political that I know that even at COP, every country wants to have a different name for whatever reason. But at the end of the day, what should be limited is the CO2. And when it comes to applications, I think that today we have seen before already some of the applications, but basically you can use it in steel, which we will see now, synthetic fuels, which we already had a very nice masterclass, and then of course in the chemical industry for ammonia production. Cement, we're still, I'm not so sure, but I think we also saw today the applications that we can use there. So now, when it comes to decarbonization, this is also something that we always ask ourselves, because we are going around talking about decarbonization, but when you see the actual contributions, yes, I mean, it's true that the Global South emits almost 60% of the CO2, but most of this comes from China and India. And then when you see the low-income countries like Sub-Saharan Africa, this is less than 1%. So can we really talk about decarbonization in these countries where we should be talking about industrialization, but done in the right way? So talking about steel, you can check this map. These are all the plants of steel that you can see. So you can see there in the global north, Africa almost doesn't have too many. And then China and everything you can see more or less. But then when you check where is the iron ore reservoirs, you can see that Africa has a lot of it. However, they don't have an industry developed. So are we really talking about decarbonization here, or are we talking about creating new industries that are very necessary because they have the youngest population, they need jobs, they were talking that they need construction as well. So why do we need to send everything from here or from China so that they can build? So when it comes to greening the industry of steel, I think I will not go into the detail of the CO2 because we already saw this today, but it's important to see that it has a huge economic impact. It has a very, almost 9% of CO2 emissions. So the impact on CO2 is also very considerable. It's very reliant on coal. And then it is very needed. We need it for cars, we need it for construction, we need it for everything. So what can be done to decarbonize the sector? There are different ways. I mean, you can use the low carbon direct reduction, which is already better than with the coal, but I guess that what's important here, and maybe what we'll be talking today, is the direct reduction with hydrogen and electric furnaces, which can reduce up to 100% of the CO2 that will be produced for the steel production. Everything else is fine. However, I think this is what we should be striving. So I also saw that this was already presented, but maybe I can just give you a little bit of an idea. So I think I can use the mouse. Yes. So basically, this is the traditional process. And what we will be changing here is basically this part, where you reduce the iron. So it's fairly simple process, let's say. Currently here, what you have is you have coal, and you inject, again, water vapor. This breaks the coal into CO2 and hydrogen, which helps to reduce the iron oxide, so eliminates the oxygen molecule from the iron atom. And then you can just have iron without oxygen, and that's it. And then it melts, it goes down, and then it goes the whole process to continue making it in steel with injecting carbon and everything. Now, instead of doing it with coal, you inject hydrogen, which by itself, it's a reducing agent, and just extract the oxygen out of it. And then you get water vapor at the outside. So the CO2 is eliminated. This is between 10 to 20% of the CO2 emissions. Then the rest goes to the furnace, and this is where the electric arc furnace comes, where you use renewable energy. And that's it. It sounds very simple, but it's not. Also, the direct reduction chambers are expensive. It's not a very used process. There's a lot of learning to do. The industry has been around doing this for the past 100 years, so it's really difficult to say they will change from one day to another. But they need support to do this. They are rich, they can afford it, but they need support in order to do. And then we need to make sure that the right conditions to do so are there. I have a little video so that you can see. This is from a company that is doing green hydrogen, so that you see more or less how it would look like.
Poured into our electric arc furnace, where it is mixed with steel scrap. After the slag is poured off, the molten steel goes to a ladle furnace, where alloys are added, and the mixture is tuned according to the customer's requirements. The molten steel is now ready to be cast into a slab. After it is rolled into a thinner sheet and then cooled, it is ready to be sold as hot rolled coil. The hot rolled coils are then transferred to our fully electrified downstream finishing lines. Here they undergo various treatments, such as pickling, cold rolling, annealing, and galvanizing, depending on the type of steel needed by the customer. Through our fully electric, integrated, and digitalized process, the green steel is now ready to be sold. This is a paradigm shift for heavy industry. The best of the old, the first of the new.
It looks pretty nice. I'm sure it's not that clean and nice in real life, but yes, it's something that we can strive for. And maybe I will finish with what we're doing in Morocco. So we were approached by one of the companies in there. Morocco has good conditions because they already have electric furnaces, and many of these electric furnaces are also connected to renewables. So they already are kind of like halfway there. And then Morocco also produces what you would call low carbon steel. because they recycle scrap and then they use this. However, if you talk to everyone in the steel industry, they will tell you that scrap will be scarce in the future. And they have foreseen this. So because of this, the industry in Morocco is interested in also doing the direct reduction, because otherwise they will not have the raw materials to do their products. And then what's interesting too is that some of these, because steel is produced in different shapes, it's not like all plants can produce all the steel, and this one produces long plates which are used in cars. And then Morocco has a growing car industry, which is Peugeot is there and other European companies, and they also have their own companies, so they're interested, of course, in continue exporting the cars. So it has the right conditions, because also they are interested in complying with the CBAM. So basically, what we want to do with this readiness project for the Green Climate Fund is to understand what is it that they need and to help them have the enabling environment when it comes to policies to do so. So on one hand, the project will do some capacity building for the public sector, and also an analysis of the policies that they have in place and see how this would support the application of hydrogen in steel. On the other hand, we would also do some pre-feasibility studies to understand what actually can be done, how feasible this is, because they don't know yet there. But you have to think that if we don't do this and then a decision is not made, they will not shut down the sector because it's economically important in the country, and they will just go for the old route, for the dirty route. So it's important to understand what this is. There's a lot of interest, and also the country wants to really do it. And the thing is that at the end, what we want to do is see how we can create a larger intervention, a larger project that can support the sector to move forward with the application of hydrogen in steel. And then part of the support that we want to do is also on standards and certifications, because as it was mentioned earlier, there's no real definition of green steel. So it's important to see what kind of mechanisms and alternatives they can do in order to certify and make sure that they're using a low carbon steel at least. So it's a 2 years project, but with the GCF it takes some time. So now we only have 13 months. So we will try to have everything ready by the end of next year, and then I will be happy to share the results and everything with everyone here, so that you are aware what is coming in Morocco for the steel sector. So this is from my side. I think I have some time.
Indeed, Luis. There's some time left. So thank you very much for that. And I'm open to take your questions, if there are any. Yep.
Thank you, Luis, for the presentation. I was wondering, what are your perspectives and expectations on the learning curve of green hydrogen for steel production? Because there are some opinions in the room that are saying that this kind of segment cannot be compared, for example, with wind and solar, which is a kind of a mass production technology where you can bring down the learning curve more easily compared to green hydrogen. Does this reflect your opinion, or are you expecting actually significant cost reductions over the next years?
Well, that is a really good question, but this might refer to the technology on the direct reduction chambers, not so much on the hydrogen part. It depends, because I think some of these industries will require some kind of tailor-made solution because of the different conditions that each company will have. So I don't even think that now it's large-scale production of furnaces that are just selling everywhere to everyone. You know, I think this will require, of course, high investments, and then it's not possible to compare with the wind or the solar, because we are talking about a production of a different kind of good, not just energy. And this is where these kind of projects do not only become an energy project or a normal environmental project. It's an investment that a company will do to continue operating, because otherwise they will not be able to comply with the carbon taxes or the carbon, any kind of restrictions that are put into. So it will depend. If they're very strict, like I think in Europe will be, they will need to invest on these anyways, because what's at stake is that they will lose their business. So I don't think there will be a scale production of direct reduction chambers, but it is, I don't think there is now either. So yeah, I hope this answers your question.
On my way.
You mentioned that for many of the least developed economies, we should talk more about industrialization rather than, or net zero industrialization rather than decarbonization. But as the technologies are still costlier than conventional ways of producing steel, and steel is widely traded, how do you see the industrialization going for these countries? Do the country need support in order for the domestic steel to be low cost or cheap and compete with imports from other more polluting plants? Or is it also a strategy that should rely on exporting this low carbon steel to international markets? So how do you see this industrialization going?
Yeah, I think there will be a need to do both. Of course, as UNIDO, we are trying to promote the local application of the hydrogen for themselves to produce and to have the products low carbon and good. However, we are aware that perhaps it won't be entirely possible. When it comes to steel, I remember we discussed with Voestalpine, I told you. So the investments that they have to do in Austria, I think in one plant it was like 12 billion. But then we said, okay, that's fine, but why don't you do the reduction? Because I'm not saying that this has to be done from one day to another. I think whenever we sit down in these panels, we just talk and we're like, oh, we have to do this, which is great, but we don't talk about times. So the steel industry is thinking about doing this change in 2035, yeah, and then that's more than 10 years in the future. So why don't you do the first start in these countries doing the reduction? They're not just selling you the iron ore or the hydrogen, they're selling something with added value that generates also jobs. And then in the future, they will have some more, the revenues of this could help them build a plant. I am not saying that is something that is going to be done in 2027. It's a process, but if we don't start now, if we don't do this, what else? Because then everything will be, you will always find this obstacle, right?
Yes, thank you. Hello? Hello, yes. I was interested, we saw before that the cost of hydrogen is quite high, 2 to 3 times just the production, and then if you transport it, you have to add additional layers. Now here we saw that the steel production is predominantly taking place in places like India and China. But on the other hand, you also showed that in Africa there's a lot of resources in terms of iron in the continent. So, and considering that exporting hydrogen is very costly, not least because you have also a lot of the gas that is transported, a lot of losses there during transport, etc. Now, wouldn't that make a case for developing countries, and in that case, particularly Africa, to build on their specific strengths in terms of resources that they have, instead of producing the iron and steel in developed countries or emerging countries, to maybe have that as a chance for countries in Africa to build up their industries? How do you see that?
Well, this is similar to what we were discussing just now. This is what we are aiming. I know it's not easy. It is easier said than it is to be done. So what we discussed was that you have a continent full of young people that would need jobs, and developing these industries might be very helpful. And you're right, since they are there, it should be done there. There are, of course, many obstacles besides the economical one, because it is costly, and of course the price might be higher. But it depends what product you see at the end, because a car is, I think, $600, $700 or euros more expensive to use low carbon steel. So if you're buying a 50,000 euros car, probably there's people who complain and they're like, I prefer to have a nicer sound system that steel, low carbon steel. But that is the opportunity that we are trying to push in UNIDO. That's why we have our model on industrial clusters that produce hydrogen and use it over there, because we know transport is really an issue. Even if you transport it as ammonia, it should be used as ammonia and not to make it back into hydrogen, because you're losing a lot of energy in all this back and forth. So there is economical benefits that you will have. This is also discussions that I think the global north should have, in the sense that are you willing to lose a little bit of this, because this will go through, this benefit will go through to Africa, for example, in this case. And of course, China is also challenging. I know that in 2022, they were building some coal plants that were going to be connected to steel production. And these investments, they're not going to be just for 10 years and they will just let it go. This plant will work at least for 30 years. So it's also important to see where these countries are investing, because they can have all these goals, but right now, what are they doing in order to achieve these goals? Not in 10 years. And maybe they cannot do it here. Maybe it's cheaper to do it, as you're saying, no? Maybe it's cheaper to reduce the iron in Africa and export the iron instead of importing the hydrogen and the iron ore separate and doing it here. And then that creates benefits there. This is what we want to see and do, and hopefully we can manage.
If everybody plays ball, if the industries in the global north play ball and don't see this as competition that they don't particularly like to see. We have one more question.
It's a very quick follow-up question, actually, on the last one. Just because of my lack of knowledge in Africa, what type of iron ore? Is there also high grades of iron ore? Because if I'm not mistaken, you need for direct reduced iron ore specific type of raw material, just to know if that is also available in Africa.
Yeah, well, I mean, this information on to the point which countries have it or not, I don't have it particularly. I know in Morocco they have mines, but they do not have all of them. They're not high grade. So you're right. However, there can be mixes, and you can do many things. Of course, this includes the mining and everything that comes with the development of the industry. So I'm not saying that it's perfect. I'm just saying that there are opportunities there. Yeah.
Okay. Anything needs to be sorted now? Yes. That's going to be the last one.
No, it's just to react to the last question, because there have been some very promising projects, for instance, in Guinea, in Simandou mine, as well as in Mauritania, on very high-grade iron ore, actually. So at least for some countries, you have some very promising deposits.
Thank you very much for that answer. And thank you very much, Louis, for your presentation and the Q&A that followed. No, leave that here for the next speaker. I'll guard it, she said. No, I don't. So, finally, we have Sven Schuppener, who is a Junior Professional Officer, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and he will focus on the topic of chemicals for us. So you will need this microphone, and the rest is up to you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Well, it's my pleasure to conclude the segment of presentations. I'll be looking into the chemical industry. And after Louis, thank you very much for that, has been doing all of the introduction of UNIDO, the various things that we do in the countries that we're present in, I will go right into the chemical industry, maybe with a small quiz. I put a photo of the world's largest chemical plant on the bottom right side of the slide. Anyone knows where that is? No, China's going to have the second largest soon. No, that's Ludwigshafen, that's BASF, that's the largest chemical plant in the world. Sorry for all the German references, there's going to be further references down the line. I'm German, so I can't help it, that's the industry that I know the best. I will be looking into predominantly fertilizer production and agrochemicals, as well as petrochemicals and plastics, because those are two just very important segments of the chemical industry that have very large carbon emissions and at the same time very significant carbon emission saving potentials. Maybe two words briefly on the economic importance of the chemical industry. We have, especially in developing countries, a relatively high share of GDP in the chemical industry. I put 10 to 15%. 15% is a bit optimistic. That's some very high figures that you sometimes hear quoted for China, but it's more in the 5 to 10% range for many developing countries. Many of them oil-rich countries that have a big petrochemical sector, or many of the developing emerging economies that we mentioned earlier, Brazil, India, China, and so on and so forth. With, which I think is also very important, a growing market. A growing market potential. We've been talking about decarbonizing tendencies and ambitions in Europe as well, which in turn also presents for the global South an opportunity to build out these markets as maybe energy cost and many other input costs in European and other global northern markets become more expensive. An interesting economic opportunity here for countries in the global South. And then lastly, the impact on greenhouse emissions from the chemical industry. One key driver that we discussed for steel, for example, is of course the reliance of process heat and cooling. And then of course for inputs such as ammonia, we have what Louis mentioned earlier, steam reformation and other processes where we need carbon as an input. Overall, very high contribution to global greenhouse gas emissions, around 7 to 8%. And I will be now first taking two slides to talk a bit about hydrogen, because that was the initial focus of the presentation, and then go into other low carbon technologies as well. So here's an overview of the hydrogen value chain from renewable energy on the left-hand side to sort of the midstream distribution and storage in the middle, to the industrial end users here on the right-hand side. And we're in the chemical industry, we're looking into ammonia, we're looking into plastics. We're not going deeper into oil, because in oil refining is an important input as well. Also not going too deeply into methanol. I wanted to show you this chart briefly. I mean, the contrast is very high, so you might not be able to read what it says at the top, but it basically divides
industry, from transport, from power sector, from building. It's an Agora Energiewende, quite old chart, but I nonetheless really like it because it gives a good overview, also in a normative way, as to where it makes sense to think about hydrogen and where we should rather leave it. Generally, a bad idea is hydrogen in personal passenger cars, in low temperature heat, and sort of residential heating. No regret sectors are long-haul aviation for transport, renewable energy backup, heating grids. I'm not an expert on building heating, so I can't really judge on that. But then for industry, as a reaction agent and as a feedstock, it is a very, very important and no regret option. So the chemical industry is typically, when you think about hydrogen, one of the first industries that you should think about. And besides hydrogen, there's various other low carbon technologies that we can look into. Yeah, those we see here. So first a bit on hydrogen and then the other low carbon technologies. On the right-hand side, I put a chart on the various techniques and use cases that there are for carbon capture and storage and carbon capture and utilization. Hydrogen, I mentioned it before briefly, is an important feedstock for the chemical industry because it is a precursor for many chemical reactions, and the majority of the annual current hydrogen production is for the chemical industry, with almost over 40% for ammonia, over 50% for refineries, and in some other sectors, steel and glass, sort of smaller shares. Ammonia production, therefore, has, through the production of green hydrogen, a very large, very tangible reduction potential for CO2 emissions, because we can cut emissions by up to 90% using green hydrogen as an input for fertilizer industry, for instance. Other low carbon technologies include, of course, what we saw earlier, CCS and CCU, so carbon capture and storage. Yeah. I don't have such a long presentation, so we can take a little break here. Fantastic. Yeah. We have electrification, of course, of processes pertaining to heat and to cooling. We have biomass and biochemicals, which I'm not a huge expert on, so don't expect too much detail on that in the presentation either. And waste to chemicals, chemical recycling. I know a couple of companies out there have very, very interesting pilot projects in that regard. I was at Covestro a couple of months ago and had a really interesting conversation about circular chemistry, but that as well is not a key focus here. So what is the key focus? Of course, ammonia production, green ammonia production for fertilizer industry, and electrifying some of the heat and cooling related processes that have very high potential. So what do we see when it comes to financing these projects, financing hydrogen projects, financing low carbon technology in the chemical industry more broadly? I think a lot of this we already heard. The cost for green hydrogen is about 2 to 3 times higher than the cost for hydrogen, for grey hydrogen currently. There was a time when Russia had just invaded Ukraine and global supply chains were out of order, and ammonia was rare because it was to a large extent exported from Ukraine, that for a short period of time green ammonia was actually around the same price as grey ammonia. But we're back to sort of the situation that it was before, with a price that is almost double, sometimes even 3 times higher. We have, besides the capital intensity and of course the financing problem, regulatory uncertainties for decarbonizing chemical industries. In many markets, we do not have carbon markets, we don't have emission trading schemes. We have them in Europe, but we do not necessarily have a reliable emission trading scheme in many of our other partnering countries. We have inconsistent policies subsidies. Inconsistent subsidies is something that in Germany we're very familiar with. Sometimes there isn't subsidy, sometimes it's removed and then it's reintroduced, which all of that creates a large amount of regulatory uncertainty for companies, and of course financial instruments that Joseph spoke about earlier as well. We have, green bonds that are available. Linked to me standing in particular spots over here. I can just stand a bit more in the middle and stop moving. Yeah, all right. So I'm not going to talk much more about financing because that was one of the focuses that we had earlier. And maybe look into what is out there in terms of policy and regulatory frameworks. Once again, I apologized earlier for using Germany as an example here and there. That was just the easiest reference point for me. In the case of Germany, of course, there's lots of money that has been put aside through the National Hydrogen Strategy to support projects in country, outside of the country, across different industries. But for low carbon technologies in general that are also the chemical industry is eligible for, we have a national decarbonization program. There's carbon contracts for difference, providing financial incentives and covering the price difference between adopting technologies like CCU and CCS. And we have funding schemes through subsidized loans as well as through grant programs for energy efficiency and many others. So quite a broad kaleidoscope of price incentives, of tax incentives, of subsidies, and other market mechanisms. That we also see here on the left-hand side. There are different industrial policies and subsidies available throughout the partnering countries. Carbon pricing, carbon markets, as I mentioned before, is quite an important lever to make sure that the externalized cost of spewing CO2 into the atmosphere is internalized and sort of accounted in when producing chemicals and other products. And then, of course, another opportunity, I'd say, is that many of the countries that we work with at UNIDO are either exploring carbon markets or have in the approval process legislation in that regard. Maybe just a couple of examples. There was a long list before, I just sort of cut it down a bit, of various decarbonization initiatives. Of course, we've been talking quite a bit today already about CBAM, the European Union's attempt to avoid leakage, to basically account for CO2 emissions and for carbon intensity for imported goods from countries with weaker and less stringent climate policy. We have the US that, differently to the European Union, has been going less of a subsidy-based approach and more working through tax incentives and tax credits for various technologies. There was just two examples on sort of like continuing the discussion from earlier on public policy, and then just two private sector initiatives. I think there's a couple of more for example, electrifying steam cracking furnaces in the petrochemical industry. I think there's more examples than just BASF, SABIC, and Linde, but there's a couple of others. So electrifying medium heat, I think it's around 800 degrees that you require for steam cracking, where you can essentially electrify the entire process. There's Braskem, and I'm looking at Marco for this because I'm not actually an expert on Brazil, but this looked just like a very interesting example of how Braskem has been working on biopolymers and using ethanol from sugarcane to produce bioplastics. And in closing, I just wanted to have a brief look with you together at risks and opportunities for low carbon development in the chemical industry. On the risk side, of course, we have always the risk that consumers might not be willing to pay green premium, especially when we in the chemical industry talk about an industry that is very, very cyclical, is an industry that has very little pricing power, especially in the base chemical sector. You have to essentially only compete on price because there's very few other parameters that you can compete on, so you have to basically be the cheapest, which makes it very difficult. And of course, you're very, very, very dependent on electricity prices, what in Germany is a huge factor that keeps companies from investing or in electrifying processes in general, just because prices are very volatile, electricity prices are very high, and that has an impact to varying degrees in other countries. I mean, on the other hand, for example, it is also essentially makes companies more dependent on electricity and a bit less dependent on oil. So in case that oil prices get high, you have a bit of an oil hedge here. There's a bit more of a smaller advantage. Socioeconomic risks, I think, on the one hand, create a bit of a higher vulnerability to economic shocks in general, because these large investments need to be leveraged, and any large leveraged investment is very sensitive to rising interest rates environments, off-take risk, and so on. Potential resistance from employees and trade unions, fear of job loss, cost-cutting measures, and so on and so forth that can sort of create socioeconomic resistance. The opportunities, of course, are that if, and it certainly will be the case, low carbon development becomes a priority in every market in the world, the first mover advantage oftentimes gives an economic incentive to companies to go the first step and to later then reap the benefits of having innovated earlier than others. Innovation and local content, Louis mentioned it earlier. I think there's an economic opportunity for developing countries to basically leapfrog the carbon intensity of some of these industries and to move to more energy efficient ways of producing, ensuring local content quicker than otherwise, and a small cultural impact, especially for consumer-facing brands. We talked about cars earlier, a Mercedes-Benz for not 50K anymore, but I think rather 70 or 80. It's a 1% impact, so like it's a small drop in the bucket. And for any sort of company that has a direct consumer contact, be it Apple, be it any laptop producer, these companies sort of have, of course, an image advantage from relying on green chemicals at a higher price point, once again, where they don't have to compete in sort of like super tough commoditized markets. That was all. Thank you very much. And I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Sven. So we have time for some questions. Who would like to go first? No rest for the wicked. Yeah. Yeah, some reliable people here in the room.
Yeah, just a quick question. As you mentioned, many other options such as direct electrification, biomass-based chemicals. Do they face the same barriers as hydrogen-based chemicals, or are the barriers completely different for these other decarbonization approaches?
I think the cost barriers for hydrogen are particularly high. I think the economic case for example, industrial heat pumps for lower industrial heat, it's almost cost competitive in many sectors, I'd say, especially if you have sort of your own, either if you have a PPA with a power producer or you produce your own electricity. For some applications, for sort of industrial heat pumps, for instance, I think there is an economic case already. For for electrifying steam cracking furnaces, when you go up on higher temperatures, I think the economic case is not there yet. Maybe through very cheap electricity and through sort of very reliable cost for electricity, you can get there. But definitely, the barrier is the highest for hydrogen.
Hello, Katja Eisbrenner from Guidehouse. Question. Maybe to you, but also maybe later on when we can have the discussion. So these chemical plants, they're usually owned also by asset owners, or the whole finance sector. We haven't really talked about financed emissions yet, because there's also a big drive from all these assets owners, really top down. We talked about corporates before, but even there's a level above that. And I wonder if specifically in the chemical industry that has been mentioned yet as a driver, really to see who's investing in what, and maybe we can also discuss that later in a smaller group.
I never worked for a bank, so I'm not an investment expert, but of course it's very difficult for a chemical company when they build a very inefficient or very fossil fuel-based development to get financing through especially financiers in the global north. And of course, there's incentives as well to design plants that are very energy efficient, and that makes it easier to access financing, was my general impression. I think companies for particularly green projects are also able to issue green bonds. But yeah, I'm not sure if that helps with the answer. Not an expert, I'm sorry.
But perhaps I can help by saying that indeed we do have workshops coming up, and one of the groups will focus on the challenges when it comes to financing. So you definitely can dig your teeth into that. But we still have time for a couple of questions, if you wish so. And we have something from the online chat. I'm glad, because we will very soon lose our online viewers. Yes, you can use that microphone, of course.
I can see Lewis's hand. Maybe I hand over to you in a bit. But we're quite active in North Africa, and the North African partner countries have all been asking about CBAM, because they export to a very, very large degree to the European Union. We have been either planning or already implementing workshops on CBAM. Lewis, am I correct in saying that Margarita is currently in Morocco doing a CBAM workshop? Yeah. So we
You may elaborate, Louis. You have a microphone now.
No.
It's good. It's good.
True,
yeah.
It's true. Egypt, Morocco, Algeria, they have been requesting support of this. So we came up with the Netherlands, and tomorrow they're conducting a workshop on particularly the CBAM and what are the implications that this have. However, we are still trying to see what is the actual challenge. I think the main challenge would be, how do the countries have the system in place to certify the CO2, the sea avoidance of the CO2, which would be, which is also not clear from the CBAM point of view. Is it just reporting, or do you need to have like a certificate saying this is what we actually use, certified by this particular institution that is certified by the EU to give this kind of. So I think it's very early. However, I know it's started in 2026, so we don't have too much time. Yeah.
Did you have more? Because then the microphone will be coming back to you. That's it. That's it. At least one from the online chat. Anyone else? Well then, thank you so much, Sven.
Thanks.
Right. Well, first of all, I would like to thank whoever is still with us online, and obviously somebody was, because otherwise we wouldn't have received that question. Because the live stream, once we get into the coffee break, which is a kind of transition break from this room to upstairs and to our World Cafe, 4 separate rooms with groups, this is where we will lose you. So thank you very much for being with us for the time being and your contributions. And now I just need your help. Is the gentleman, is Andreas next to you, is he still with us? Yes. He's still with us, okay. There's a very specific question, because it is my task now to split you up in groups. And I thought to myself, the easiest is for me to just count. But for that reason, I need to know if he's still there or not. So yes, we will have 4 different groups, one discussing technical and ecological challenges, another regulatory challenges, again another financial challenges, and the 4th group will discuss social